by Rogue, and this is just one of 3 semifinals taking place this weekend. We kicked things off last week in North America East and in Africa. 3 semifinals here in week number 2 here in Pasadena. We have one going on in South America, and Oceania has finished up. We'll update you on that here in a second. And this is where things shook out. Jay Crouch, Bailey Martin, and Jake Douglas will be heading to the CrossFit Games. And for the women, Ellie Turner gets the victory. Jamie Simmons, and then Emily DeRoy. Caitlin Van Zyl will finish in 4th place. A lot needs to be decided here on the final day of competition in Pasadena. And there have been a lot of surprises here. And we have some new faces who could be possibly making the CrossFit Games on the women's side.
Shifts in the leaderboard all day, yesterday and the day prior. And I tell you what, as the leaderboard stands right now, if half the field of that leaderboard qualified for the CrossFit Games, they would be rookies.
And on the men's side, I mean, all you have to say is Justin Medeiros hasn't been in the top 3 at any point this weekend.
Well, let's recap things on the women's side. There were 3 tests yesterday. We started with test number 3, and Alex Gazan, 2nd overall coming in, would finish 2nd with a time of 12:26.86 seconds. Olivia Kerstetter, she gets the win and moves into 4th place overall from 12th. Then in test 4, it was Hannah Black snatching 215 pounds to get the test victory. That was one of the best moments yesterday. And then in test number 5, it was Emily White who would win 3 minutes 17.45 seconds. Now here are your overall standings coming in. Ariel Lowen is your leader, but by just 1 point over Katrin Davidsdottir. The top 10 women advance to the CrossFit Games, and right now Chloe Wilson would be the last woman in. Abigail Doman, she is close as well, as is Stacey Larum, and then a couple of veterans, Emily Rolfe and Danny Spiegel, trying to work their way in. But for more on the woman who's sitting in 2nd, let's bring in Nikki Brazier.
It is the return of the sled dog. Katrin Davidsdottir has been putting on an absolute show over the last couple days of competition down here on the floor. And I had a chance to ask her yesterday exactly what all of her past experience, how it lends to her performance here this weekend. She told me that all of that has really taught her how to trust her gut. If she creates a plan and sticks to it both mentally and physically while she's out here on the competition floor, well, that for her is truly the key to success. Excited to see how it shakes out here at the end of this weekend.
Now let's go over to the men's side now, where, as Tommy mentioned, Justin Medeiros has yet to find himself inside of the top 3, and he still has some work to do today in order to ensure himself a return trip to the CrossFit Games. So here's how things went down yesterday. Again, 3 tests for the men, and it was Colton Mertens, who was 13th overall coming into test number 3, who did himself a huge favor. Chandler Smith, he was 9th place coming in. He takes 2nd place and would move into a qualifying spot in 4th. Colton Mertens gets the test victory. He moves into the top 10. He would be 7th overall at that point. Then in test number 4, Tudor Magda, a test record with a 325-pound snatch at the buzzer. And then in test number 5, we had a great race between the Canadians, Pat Vellner and Brent Fikowski. Pat Vellner gets the best of Fikowski in that, and he takes home his first test victory of the competition. Your overall standings now coming into the final day. Vellner sits atop the overall leaderboard by 13 points over Brent Fikowski. Cole Griesaber rounding out the top 3. There's Justin Medeiros in 7th place with 331 points. 9 men getting in here. Right now, John Wood is just 2 points back of Mitchell Stevenson. Colton Mertens and Cole Sager on the outside looking in. More on Sager here in a second, but a lot of guys still in contention for one of those 9 tickets to the CrossFit Games. We mentioned Cole Sager. He's going for his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games, and once again, Tommy, he's going to have to pull off a comeback to get there.
And 20 points seems like nothing given his history. He's made up 31 points in a single event to qualify for the CrossFit Games, but 2 tests in store for today should be enough, at least for him to try and make a comeback.
NOBULL is the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. You can shop now by scanning the QR code on your screen. Here is the schedule for the final day of competition. Our coverage will begin at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and then we will wrap up in the afternoon at 2:35 p.m. That's when the men will take the floor for test number 7, and then we will know who will be heading from Pasadena to Madison, Wisconsin to take part in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West Semifinal is brought to you by Trifecta.
the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. And O2, the official sports drink of the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer on the athletes of heat.
Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, individual test. Number 6, kicking off the day. Our athletes working on 20 overhead squats, 125 pounds on the barbell, a 16-minute time cap. As our athletes work on those overhead squats, they will then make their way over to the rower, and just like that, Kiki, our athletes advancing into their next set of 10.
This is Heat 1, test number 6. This is the last day of competition here for the North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Like Josh mentioned, they are starting with those 20 overhead squats. We've got a front runner. Who is it, Joshy G? Looks like it's going to be lane number 8. Amber Takara out of CrossFit Federal Way. But she's got quite a bit of company on that row, getting into 500 meters right here. 20 overhead squats, 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs. That's just half of it. This event does have a 16-minute time cap. Essentially, they work their way into the rig and then work their way back down the line before they can get through that finish marker. Two minutes in, we've got those placards on display. Most of these athletes have their first 200 meters on that row. Some of them about halfway to 500 meters.
Once they finish up that row, Miss Kiki D, it's a 3 handstand walk pirouettes. We saw them earlier this week with our teams. It's now time for our individuals to take it on. Then they got that 2 seated legless rope climb. A big, long laundry list of things to do as our athletes move into that 300-meter mark.
A hand in the air for lane number 8.
Amber Takara getting to 400 meters, her last and final 100 meters.
After this 500-meter row, it is 3 handstand walk pirouettes.
Amber off of the rower first as she takes a big deep breath, gets upside down. Nicely done. Pretty solid handstand pirouette. This is Amber's move as she makes her way to the wall. Crowd liking that one, Kiki. We got these 2 seated legless rope climbs coming up as lane number 8, Amber Takara, running away with it.
These athletes making their way to the rogue rig. Just about all of them now working on those rope climbs, taking their time and making sure each and every rep counts. They've got to get 2 seated legless rope climbs. They don't want to hit fatigue or burn out with those arms, because once they're gone, they're gone. You'll see people just hanging out at that rope. The crowd getting behind these athletes, cheering them on. We are 5 minutes in towards that 16-minute cap.
Amber, lane number 8, shaking it out, getting ready to start those chest to wall handstand push-ups. Amber, lane number 8, the only athlete on those strict chest to wall handstand push-ups. The rest of the pack trying to catch up to Amber as we approach the 5.5-minute mark, kicking off the final day of competition here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal.
Lane number 3, joining in on those handstand push-ups, those chest facing the wall. That is Anna Martinez getting upside down.
Amber back working on those chest to wall handstand push-ups, chipping away. She has 3 more to go. She's gonna make her way back to the rope for 2 seated legless rope climbs. Amber shaking it out. We've just passed the 7-minute marker as Amber going hand over hand, making her way to the top of the rig. Amber down on the floor, 1 down, 1 to go. All eyes are on lane number 8, Amber Takara, as she chips away. There's lane number 3, Anna Martinez going back to work. Anna Martinez wall walking up into position, trying not to slip as she chips away at those wall-facing handstand push-ups. She has less than 5 to go. Amber Takara working on that final legless seated rope climb as the crowd gets behind her.
Josh, I believe it is 1 Amber Takara, 2 maybe Anna Martinez. Takara working hard to get a solid rep. Oh.
Getting no rep there. She's gonna have to give it another shot. As we pass the 8.5-minute marker, forearms gotta be screaming. She's taking a moment to stretch it out. Meanwhile, lane number 3, Anna Martinez might be making the climb.
Anna Martinez in lane number 3. Gonna begin her rope climbs, her legless rope climbs. Trying to catch your leader, Takara, over in lane number 8.
There goes Anna Martinez. Anna trying to catch up. She's got 1 down, 1 to go. So Anna Martinez and Amber Takara tied for first.
Tied up right now. 1 Takara, 2 Martinez. The crowd trying to help some of the athletes out. Still working on that first or second of the seated legless rope climbs before those handstand push-ups. We are 10 minutes in. 6 minutes remain. 6 minutes.
Morochik, lane number 9. Getting back to that handstand walk pirouette. Morochik, lane number 9, taking over the lead.
Nice. I didn't even notice. I'm over here on the opposite field of play. Nicely done, Morochik.
Morochik.
Little sneak attack there.
1 pirouette down, 2 more to go as the rest of the athletes work on those seated rope climbs. Can she get back to the rower? Can she get back to the barbell? These athletes have 5 minutes remaining.
Hannah Morochik is 1 in second. Also a little shuffle up with lane number 7, Carrie Stevenson from CrossFit I Love It. While Stevenson begins her pirouettes, it is our leader, Morochik, in lane number 9, beginning her second row. She's on there again for another 500 meters. Here goes lane number 7, Carrie Stevenson out of CrossFit I Love It, working on that first pirouette. She's got 1, looking for 2 more. Meanwhile, Morochik getting a healthy lead over the rest of the field of play as we hit 12 minutes in, 4 minutes remain.
Morochik already at 100 meters. As we approach 200 meters, there is less than 4 minutes remaining. If Miss Hannah Morochik wants to finish this event, she's gonna have to sprint these final 300 meters and those last 20 overhead squats. Definitely can be done.
Lane number 7 looking to join Morochik. It's a no rep on that last pirouette there. Let's see if she can get the job done. Athletes, you have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The crowd helping out Carrie Stevenson of CrossFit. I love it. She's circled around, and it is good for Carrie Stevenson. Mrochek and Stevenson are on the rowers, but as Stevenson begins, Mrochek in her last 200 meters.
Mrochek asking for a little love. She's got 20 overhead squats remaining. Getting underneath it. Mrochek in the zone. Two more to go in this first set of 10. Nicely done. Hannah advancing into her final set.
We've got minute 30 remaining. 1 minute and less than 30 seconds. The crowd cheering her on. We've got a little over a minute to go.
Hannah has 1 minute. 1 minute remaining as Hannah looks to finish up these final sets. Only athlete on the barbell.
Judge's hand is in the air. 45 seconds.
And give it up. A dive into the end zone. Hannah Mrochek. Big thumbs up as she finishes well under that cap.
Ten seconds. Three, two, one, time.
Let's give it up for the one and only athlete to finish test number 6 in heat number 1, Hannah Mrochek.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Anna Morochik, the only athlete in heat number 1 to finish. Will that be the same here? We're about to find out. Ms. Kiki D, as our athletes work on 20 overhead squats at 125 pounds.
Wolf, Moosebrugger done on my end. Moving into those 20 overhead squats, their second set of 10, I should say.
Which athlete gonna make their way over to the Concept 2 rower first? Just like that, Kiki, lane number 3. That is Miss Freya Mooseberger. She is on the rower first alongside lane number 7, Holly Henderson.
And then rounding out your top 3 in lane number 1, it's Carson Wolf.
Our athletes making the journey to 500 meters on that Concept 2 rower. For our female athletes, they will have 16 minutes. I believe Morochik finished in and around 15:30. The big equalizer in this particular test, the legless seated rope climbs. That gave most of our athletes in the last heat the most trouble. Will that be the same here? As our eyes are on our competitors in lanes 3 and 7. They got to the rowers first. They're already at 300 meters.
Josh, you're right about that. That's where we saw a shakeup in the previous heat. The athletes that were first there weren't necessarily the ones that were able to emerge out of that rogue rig to begin their pirouettes again. We'll see how it goes with heat number 2. A hand in the air for lane number 3. That is Freya Mooseberger. Mooseberger leading the charge here in lane number 3. A hand in the air for Carson Wolf. Lane 7 as well, Holly Henderson.
Here we go. It is Freya Mooseberger making her way across that arena floor as she working on that second handstand pirouette, making it her way to her third.
Mooseberger getting 2 done. Gonna kick up for that third and final here on her way in. Mooseberger's got the spin, and she will advance on, Freya Mooseberger. She is followed by lane number 1, Carson Wolf on her final pirouette. It is 1, Mooseberger, 2, Wolf. 3 looks to be Holly Henderson. And in lane number 6, Allison Weiss finishes up her handstand walks, but lane number 3, Mooseberger, has 1 more rope line to go, rope climb.
Already at the 4-minute mark, and we have athletes making the climb underneath the rig. This is the final day of competition for our athletes. They are gonna need to make some moves, Ms. Kiki, if they want to go into that final test in one of those later heats. Freya looking unstoppable as she gets to the top, must control her way down. She does. Judge says it's good, and she will now work on those wall-facing strict handstand push-ups.
They're going for 20, like Josh said. That strict element, bit of a game changer, especially after those legless rope climbs. Lane number 6. Lane number 6, we have Allison Weiss. So it is 1, Freya Moosbrugger. 2 is Weiss. 3 is Henderson.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the wall as Freya knocking out those reps.
Josh, Allison Scuds making moves on those legless rope climbs. She is now upside down working on those handstand push-ups, and she's got, her pacing is quicker than the rest of the pack. 6 minutes in.
Less than 10 minutes to go.
We've got possibly a new front runner. Looks like lane number 6, Allison Weiss. She's done with those handstand push-ups, Josh. She's on to her second set of 2 seated legless rope climbs.
It's almost like the calm before the storm, Miss Kiki, as our athletes chipping away here at test number 6. A rough and grueling week. Probably some of the biggest tests these athletes have ever seen on the competition floor. Almost a precursor to what is to come later on this year at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. But their first step is to get past these particular tests at the North America West Semifinal. Moosberg trying to get past this legless rope climb. Getting to the top and making her way down she will be.
Allison Scuds, believe she's done with those handstand push-ups. So now we have Weiss going up, working on her last, in lane number 6, her last legless rope climb. She's in the purple shorts, white sports bra, looks to be good. She's got to get both those hands underneath the red rope, or that red line, excuse me. And Allison Weiss can move on. Eight minutes in, we are halfway on that time cap. Allison Weiss needing 1 more of those pirouettes. And Allison Weiss is onto the row. While she begins the row, lane number 3, Freya Moosbrugger out of CrossFit Fraser Valley kicks it upside down.
Lane number 6, Allison Weiss, looking very calm, very collected on that rower as we approach the 9-minute mark.
There we go, Freya gets all the way around before she crosses that gray line. Then she's got a handstand walk past that white line. She's able to get it done. She's got 1, 2 more to go. All right. Lane number 5, Flores looking to kick it upside down. Allison Scuds, though, is able to do it first. Scuds was able to handle these pirouettes like a champ the last time around. Let's see how it goes. I'm expecting the same as she hits that second pirouette. And now Scuds slides into 3rd right here. but now Moosebrugger is back upside down. Scud's trying to catch her. Moosebrugger has to head back in. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Allison Scuds.
Two athletes on the rower, Weiss and Scuds, your 1 and 2s. Weiss has a pretty big lead over Scuds. Can Scuds catch up to Allison Weiss in lane number 6? Allison with less than 100 meters to go on that 500-meter row.
Moosebrugger able to get through. Lane number 5, Flores in 3rd, Moosebrugger in 4th. Allison Weiss beginning those overhead squats. She needs 20 more before she can come across that finish line. 11 minutes in, 5 minutes remain. Judge's hand in the air letting us know she's got 4 more reps remaining in that first set of 10 as she cycles through in lane number 6. Allison Weiss needing 10 more reps.
Pretty quiet out there in Pasadena. Allison Weiss putting on a show. Let's cheer on as she attacks these last 10 reps.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's got 5 more reps to go. Lane number 6, working on her final overhead squat. She's able to save it. Allison Weiss.
Allison Weiss setting the new time to beat a little over 12 minutes.
Next up, we have Allison Scuds.
Battle of the Allisons. Allison Weiss finishing. Scuds coming up next as she sets up.
Allison Scuds about ready to be halfway. Moosebrugger trying to catch her. Scuds, 10 done, 10 to go. Moosebrugger, she's done with 10. And she's gonna go right to that next barbell, forcing Scuds to grab and go. Scuds and Moosebrugger separated by about a half a rep right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Moosebrugger versus Scuds. Scuds versus Moosebrugger. A hand in the air for Scuds, a hand in the air for Moosebrugger. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a race. It's gonna go Moosebrugger and then Scuds. 2 minutes to go. Natalia Flores in lane number 5, set to finish this up next. But Henderson is there with her, Joshy G.
We got our next athlete moving on up as she drops the barbell. Lane number 7, Holly Henderson. Just a few more reps to go. She puts the barbell down. Henderson with 5 more to go. Flores trying to catch up. Flores with 5 to go. Anderson drops the bar, which means Flores with 2 more overhead squats. And she will finish up as we have 1 minute warm.
Less than a minute to go.
Anderson trying to... She has 4 reps remaining. 40 seconds left.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
Give it up for Holly Henderson. All said and done.
Carson Wolf moving into her final 10. Same story for Ward. Those 2 athletes tied up right here. Athletes, you have 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, time.
A big round of applause for all of our athletes. But a big shout out to Allison Weiss, getting it done first.
Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 3 underway. And if heat number 2 blew you away, well, buckle up, because the athletes of heat number 3 are extremely motivated to climb that leaderboard going into that final test today. Some of these big-time athletes making big-time moves as they advance into their second set of 10 overhead squats at 125 pounds. Literally almost too close to call which athlete is going to be on to that rower first, Kiki, as we see some judges' hands in the air.
Joshua G, it is a close race. Several of those judges' hands up in the air at the same time. Which athlete can pull ahead? Marissa Flowers, followed by Rebecca Fusilier. Here comes Swindle, Truax, Clark. All the players, China Cho digging into some row as well. They're looking for 500 meters right here, ladies and gentlemen. 500 meters before some pirouettes coming at them. If you're just joining us, this is heat number 3. Test number 6, the final day of competition here at the North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. We are looking for our top dogs. The athletes are looking to jump up that leaderboard as much as possible here on the final day of competition with 2 events remaining, this being one of them, test number 6.
Amy Hosking moving on up. Same goes for Fusilier in lane number 6. Reaching 200 meters and climbing. Fusilier in lane number 6. Hosking in lane number 4. Your 1 and 2s.
Or excuse me, Rebecca Fusilier in lane number 6. I believe she is leading the charge right now. Lane number 3, Meredith Swindle. Also getting that placard moved up.
Truax, Swindle, Hosking, Fusilier, Flowers.
Lane number 2, judge's hand in the air, Claire Truax. I think it might go Truax, Fusilier. We will see here momentarily.
Judges hand in the air for about a handful of our athletes as Fusilier, Truax, and Swindle going to be the first athletes off of that rower.
Here we go, lane number 2, Claire Truax, upside down and circling around.
And there goes Fusilier. Fusilier being able to hold on strong as she makes it to that second pirouette, running away with it.
Fusilier is now first. It is 1, Fusilier, 2, Truax, and then here comes Flowers. Closing that gap a bit here on these handstands.
There goes Fusilier. Chalk it up. Fusilier going hand over hand. Kelly Clark in lane number 1. Not that far behind as she's looking to catch up. All eyes are on lane 6. As Fusilier running away with it with China Cho, Kelly Clark, and lane number 9, Madison Drader, looking to finish up these handstand pirouettes.
Our leaders working on those chest to wall handstand push-ups. Fuselier getting a nice chunk done in lane number 6. We are 5 minutes in. 5 minutes in. China Cho, one of the fan favorites, getting across that line with those handstand pirouettes.
Fuselier, lane number 6 with just 3 more wall-facing strict handstand push-ups to go.
Fuselier chalking up. Lane number 6. Rebecca Fuselier needing 2 of those legless rope climbs before she can come back out for some handstand pirouettes. Fuselier on her way up. She's got 1, needs 1 more.
Fuselier setting a very fast time as we approach 6.5 minutes.
Rebecca Fuselier in lane number 6. Working on that last legless. And Rebecca Fuselier, ladies and gentlemen, lane number 6.
Fuselier putting on a clinic here as she finishes up 1 of 3 handstand walking pirouettes.
She is the lone athlete on those handstand pirouettes, working on 2 of 3. 1 more to go. Rebecca Fuselier, ladies and gentlemen. Able to get on that.
This is a very fast time, Kiki. This could catapult her to at least a top 10 finish here in test 6 as Trista Smith joining Fuselier on the rower. It is going to be a race to the finish between these 2 athletes.
Rebecca Fuselier of CrossFit Bolt is your number 1. In lane number 8, Trista Smith out of CrossFit Fort Vancouver is 2nd. We're looking for our 3rd athlete to round out our 1, 2, and 3 for heat number 3, test number 6.
Just passing the 9-minute marker, Fuselier, Trista Smith.
Here comes Marissa Flowers, Josh. So it is 1 Fuselier, 2 Smith, 3 Flowers.
Flowers holding on strong as Fuselier and Trista Smith inch closer and closer to 500 meters. Rebecca Fuselier with less than 100 meters to go.
Lane number 3, Meredith Swindle finishes up her rope climbs and is looking to start those handstand walks. But it is Rebecca Fuselier able to move on to overhead squats. She's got 20 of them. Less than 6 minutes remain.
Fuselier with that narrow grip, working hard on those overhead squats. She's got 3 more overhead squats in this first set of 10. Here goes Trista Smith. Trista, double time in these overhead squats, trying to catch up to Rebecca as Rebecca drops the barbell, advancing to that next set. Trista with 2 more to go.
Trista Smith trying to catch Fuselier.
It's Trista Smith versus Rebecca Fuselier. Trista picking up the pace. 5 more to go for Rebecca. 5 more to go for Trista. Too close to call. Rebecca went for the split to get that time chip in. Trista dove in. Gonna have to wait for the official word on that one.
We've got 2 done with this event as we hit 12 minutes in. Athletes, you have 4 minutes. 4 minutes to go. Marissa
Flowers up next. Those forearms gotta be screaming. There goes Flowers. Flowers with the barbell up and overhead. Here we go, athletes, approaching the 3-minute warning as Marissa on her final set of 10 overhead squats. Marissa chipping away. Judge's hand in the air, 5 more reps to go for Marissa Flowers. Final rep, Pasadena, make some noise for your next finisher, Marissa Flowers.
Meredith Swindle in lane number 3, working on her first set of 10 overhead squats. 2 minutes remain. Swindle moving into her last set of 10 here. Meredith Swindle in her final set of 10 overhead squats here in lane number 3. "90 seconds remain for our athletes." She's working on that final overhead squat. Give it up for Meredith Swindle. You know, China Cho coming in. With 1 minute remaining, she's gonna go for as many overhead squats as possible. Amy Hoskins coming to join her. 45 seconds. China Cho moving to that last barbell. We've got 30 seconds remaining. Pasadena, let's go! Games vet China Cho, been in the game, still throwing down here. She's already punched her ticket to Madison in the Masters division. Here she is, fighting here with 10 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, China Cho! 3, 2, 1, time. Nice job.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our two finishers, basically almost tied. Rebecca Fuselier and Trista Smith.
Final day of competition at the North America West semifinal continues at the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. And we are glad you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Stacy Tovar and Tommy Marquez. And we have Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Here are your standings coming into the day. 1 point separates Ariel Lowen from Katrin Davidsdottir. And Chloe Wilson would be the last woman in, as the top 10 women will advance to the CrossFit Games. She has 304 points. Test number 6, it's right in the middle that matters here.
Definitely. 4 times, starts with 20 overhead squats. That's 125 pounds on the barbell. They go into a 500-meter row next. The bulk of this workout starts with these 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, and then back on down. 2 seated legless rope climbs, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 500-meter row, and 20 overhead squats.
What is the recipe for success here?
Execution and technique will rule the day, and you want to mitigate that shoulder fatigue as much as you can.
Here are your lane assignments for this 4th of 6 heats. Bailey Rail will be in lane number 5. She's in 21st place overall. Not out of it, but has to come up with some big performances here in order to get herself close to a spot inside the top 10. How tough is it to get a top score when you are not in the final heat?
It's tough because you think you're going as fast as you possibly can, but you're really working at the capacity of those around you. So, you know, you just kind of have to stay in your own lane. If she tested this workout at home, she knows how it goes. She knows what she needs to do to strategize in pace, and that's the pace she needs to push, if not a little faster than when she practiced.
We start off with the 20 overhead squats at 125 pounds, 10 on one barbell. Then they will advance to the next barbell and do 10 more. The score to beat, Trista Smith, who edged out Rebecca Fuselier by 1/10 of a second. 11:23.88.
And this is where the benefit of being at least in a later heat, not one of the earliest heats, that time by Trista would have been 6th in the East, so it is a top 10 caliber time. So for Bailey, if she's paying attention, she knows what the score on the board is. She can kind of use that as an anchor for her pacing.
That helps for sure, especially when you're stuck in the middle heat like this. Yeah, Bailey needs at least 2 top 10 finishes today alone to make it back to the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
Now, Emily Muir at the top of your screen, she was the first of the rower. Leah Miller in the white, you saw her a second ago, was right behind her.
Another added piece of help for Bailey is her fiance, Tyler Christoffel, went a week ago. So sharing a little bit of information, some feedback on how the test went, pacing, every little bit helps.
.500-meter row here, and then we get into the 3 handstand walk pirouettes. And after that is where this test really starts, because so far we have seen quite a few women get hung up on the seated legless rope climbs and the strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups.
Although the bulk of the workout takes place right there in the middle, this 500-meter row pace, guys, we're probably looking at anywhere between a 152 and a 156 is what I've seen last week and at the Torian, which is not slow. The heart rate is going to be high, and they are doing a lot of pulling throughout this 500 meters. So it's not super fast, it's not slow, but it's definitely not an easy pace.
There's Aaliyah Miller, who was close, really close, to accepting a position or a spot in Quantico to train for the FBI, and decided that, no, I'm going to move to Kansas and focus on CrossFit.
What hasn't this chick done? Neuroscience degree, FBI, level 1, level 2, wants to become a red shirt and part of the seminar staff there with CrossFit. She wants to get her level 3, coach at Cobra Command CrossFit. Like, what?
Top 2 are Hannah Hall in lane 2 and Emily Muir down in lane 9. And Muir is going to be the first to get to the handstand pirouettes. And now in lane 2, Hannah Hall is off the rower, and she's getting set to kick up.
All hands in the air, guys, all hands. And they can turn any way they prefer on the floor there, so as long as they make it around a full 360, get across the line, and their hands cannot touch the line, that's a no rep, they're smooth sailing.
There's Madison McElhaney in lane 1 and getting sent back, and Aaliyah Miller is now on to her final pirouette, and she just has to make sure her hands do not touch those lines. No danger of that. She is over and done. And Miller will get to the two-seated legless rope climbs first.
And this is where the test really starts. I mean, looks like Aaliyah was pretty comfortable getting started right away. I've still got a no rep. Obviously got to make sure, you know, attention to detail on some of this technique here, but this is where we've seen athletes get stopped dead in their tracks.
The standard here is that the hands have to be at or above that red mark, and then same thing on the way down, at or below the red mark before you can hop off. There's Bailey Rail in lane 5 through her first of 2 reps.
Just when you thought legless rope climbs couldn't get any more challenging, competition director Adrian Bosman says, no, you're gonna go legless on the way down.
Well, now remember, this movement was supposed to show up at the CrossFit Games last year in the alpaca event, and because of the weather, they chose to scrap the rope climbs. So if you were paying attention, you knew this was coming.
This is just another reason to do your homework on the history of the games. Doesn't matter if it actually took part at the games, but the minute you see something get introduced, at least listed in the programming, you better start practicing even if you're at the lower levels of the sport, because it's only a matter of time before it trickles its way down.
Well, Miller, Rail, and then in lane 3, Addison Balderson on the left side of your screen are onto their 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Balderson coming in 25th place overall.
She's got that games experience there, hanging out on a team with Coma. That will help.
And Addison finished 20th in 2022 on that team. Also a former team competitor. In 2016, she was 7th in the 16 to 17-year-old division.
Okay, we can just talk about Miss Miller again. Let me just tell you one more time. She openly admitted that she was severely overweight, weighing almost 200 pounds at 5 feet 4 inches. She never ever imagined she would be competing in CrossFit, much less fighting for a ticket to the CrossFit Games. She said she's worked on her gymnastics. Guys, hey, my money's on her right now. She is looking great out there.
Miller and Rail look to be the farthest through their set of 20 here. Then it's back to the rope for 2 more legless rope climbs, and Miller's done. And now she's making the turn to head back.
She lost over 40 pounds in 2 years, all just with CrossFit. Dialed in her nutrition, said, I might be pretty good at this thing. Look at her go.
Miller's best finish so far in this competition, a 12th in test number 2.
And proof for anyone watching at home, maybe curious about starting, you don't need to be fit to start CrossFit.
She preaches that all day long, Tommy.
There goes Bailey Rail on her first of 2 final rope climbs here.
Bailey needs this. She's looking great. She just needs to stay focused. Don't look at anybody else around her. Play her own game.
And Trista Smith again has the time to beat at 11:23.88 seconds, and right behind her in second place is Rebecca Fuselier, 11 minutes 23.96 seconds. Addison Balderson on the left side of your screen now through her first of 2 final rope climbs. Miller and Rail looking to get started about the same time. Rail is going to get going first.
This might be the most important rep of the entire test here, because once you're through this last rope climb, it's pretty much smooth sailing for most of these athletes, at least to be able to piece together the pirouettes and the row and the overhead squats.
The Rail is through, and now she will, along with Aaliyah Miller, work on their second and final set of 3 handstand pirouettes. Watch for Rail to go unbroken here.
And Aaliyah went unbroken on the way down too.
It looked like Rail's hand may have touched that line, but her judge is right there, and she's continuing to work.
Yeah,
and Bailey Rail's through. Miller and Balderson now tied for second behind her.
Bailey's pace is just slightly behind Trista and Rebecca's in the previous heat, just only 10 seconds. So if she can pick up some steam here, she still has a chance to prove that time, beat that time.
Miller is through, and you can kick down after every line. You just have to advance back to the prior line you passed. As Bailey Rail is cranking away on the rower for 500 meters, and then it's back for 20 final overhead squats at 125 pounds.
If Bailey's going to catch Trista's time, she's really going to need to hurt a little bit more than she wants to on this rower, because in that last heat, Trista actually sped up through the overhead squats. She reeled in Fuselier.
Balderson and Miller are still working on their handstand pirouettes, and Bailey Rail's opened up a heck of a lead as Miller's having trouble getting through pirouette number 3.
She went for it though. She kind of redlined on her final rope climb. I could see she was struggling with her last 3 kips. She touched the line there again. Darn it. She went for it, man, on that rope climb, and I think she can feel the fatigue in those shoulders, which we talked about, recipe for success, mitigate that shoulder fatigue.
Down in lane 1, Madison McElhaney has gotten through all of her gymnastics work as Balderson moves to the rower in second place behind Rail. Rail trying to improve on her best finish that you just saw, 10th place in this competition. As Miller is almost through that pirouette and trips up again. Now here comes Madison McElhaney on the upper part of your screen there, now in the bottom left.
And when you hit that failure point with shoulder fatigue, it's awfully tempting to try and just blast through it. But as we've seen from Aaliyah Miller, if you rush it too quick, those no reps, the fatigue starts to pile up, and one length can turn into 10 based on attempts.
And trying to get the crowd behind her, their hand is on out of bounds again. So she's getting so close here as Balderson is onto the rower, working on her 500 meters. Madison McElhaney is almost done, and she's going to get through her third and final pirouette. She moves into third place now, and Bailey Rail is on to the overhead squats. 11:23.88. That is the top score right now. There are many CrossFit boxes around the U.S. and even a few internationally are hosting special events this weekend to remember fallen heroes in honor of Memorial Day. Stay tuned to the CrossFit website and social media this Sunday and Monday for updates from Dave Castro on the history of this important tradition in the CrossFit community and for highlights from local events. Bailey Rail with 2 remaining on this first set of 10. And now 10 reps remain. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to catch Smith and Fuselier, but she can slide into third place right now in this test, as the next best time after Fuselier is Allison Weiss at 12 minutes 10.20 seconds. The final rep for Bailey Rail here.
She's doing exactly what she needs to do.
And she's in. That'll be good enough right now for third place in the test.
If that holds, that would be by far her best finish of the weekend. She had a 10th in test number 2, and then everything else 15th or lower, so much needed boost.
Here's Addison Balderston. Now, meanwhile, Toya Nelson down in lane 10 has gotten herself onto the rower, along with Miller and McElhaney. There's Toya Nelson, right side of your screen. Comes into 30th place overall, but coming off a 6th place finish in test 5 is Toya Nelson.
Addison is looking so good on those overhead squats. She's nice and upright. Those armpits are pulled forward. Just pressing through that barbell.
4th place in this test is still within reach for Addison Balderson. Allison Weiss's time of 12:10.20 is now 4th. So 5th place would be next for her, as Marissa Flowers' time of 13:36.45 is next. Balderson has that within reach. And meanwhile, Madison McElhaney is onto the overhead squats, and Aaliyah Miller is getting set to pick up the barbell as well. Toya Nelson is off the rower, and she is onto her overhead squats down in lane 10. Final rep for Balderson. She is done. And Madison McElhaney is now 1 rep away from closing out her first set of 10. She'll advance to the second barbell. Aaliyah Miller has 3 remaining on her first set of 10, and Toya Nelson's done with her opening set.
She's looking down the lane like, send help, send help. Those final 10 overhead squats, after all the work that they've completed in this test, are so hard. There's 125 pounds on that barbell.
1 more rep remains for Madison McElhaney, and she will take 3rd place in the heat. And Miller will be the next athlete to finish. McElhaney with a time of 14:04.04 seconds puts her 9th place in this test right now with 2 heats remaining. And now Aaliyah Miller is across.
Every single ounce of every single muscle is working on these overhead squats, literally from head to toe.
Final rep for Toya Nelson, and won't be able to get there.
Your core is tired, your shoulders are tired, your legs are smoked. You have to have balance and coordination and control. And oh, by the way, you're racing everyone else in your heat.
Hannah Hall and Gabrielle Spence. Spence is in the upper left-hand part of your screen. They have gotten themselves onto the rower as Toya Nelson is across the finish line. We have less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap. There is Hannah Hall.
60-minute time cap is going to be tough to get there. They're early on in that row. 500 meters generally takes, at this pace, because they're tired now. You know, earlier they were rowing about a 152 to 156. Now we're probably well over a 2-minute pace. So unfortunately, they're probably going to finish this work out there on the rower.
Judge's hand in the air for Hannah Hall as we now 20 seconds remaining. Final seconds here. And heat 4 is done, and it's Bailey Rail who's going to take the heat right now, sitting 3rd place in the test with a time of 11 minutes, 43.49 seconds.
Now Bailey Rail started out really great. She caught up in the pace here on the pirouettes. Ellie Miller was pushing her pace a little bit, trying to fight for those pirouettes herself, but missed. Eventually got through, but here it is, Bailey Rail, solid finish on these overhead squats, did exactly what she needed to do to get the win.
The 2 heats remain in test number 6. Quick break, we'll return with more action from the final day of competition at the North America West Semifinal. Two heats remain in test 6 of 7 for the women here competing at the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Woodland with Stacy Tovar and Tommy Marquez. We got Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Your standings coming into this final day, Ariel Lowen is clinging to a 1-point lead over Katrin Davidsdottir for the top spot in the overall standings. And Chloe Wilson is trying to hang on to the 10th and final spot that moves on to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. But it is close behind her. Abigail Domit, Stacy Larum, Emily Rolfe, Danny Spiegel, Zoe Warren, Lauren Fisher. They're all still alive here with 2 tests remaining. Test number 6, and again, Stacy, it's what goes on in the middle with the chest-to-wall handstand push-ups and the legless rope climbs.
That's the bulk of the workout. 16-minute time cap on test 6. Starts with 20 overhead squats. There's 125 pounds on the barbell. Next is that 500-meter row. 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, and then they go back through. 2 seated legless rope climbs, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 500-meter row, and 20 overhead squats.
And the recipe for success bears repeating because we saw shoulder fatigue was a big issue in that prior heat.
Unfortunately, we did. Execution and technique will rule the day, and you want to mitigate that shoulder fatigue. Push the red line a little bit, but stay away from failing.
10 women on the floor here, and they are all trying to put some pressure on the top 10 women overall in lane number 5. That's Abigail Domet. She is in 11th place. She's only 1 point back of Chloe Wilson for the 10th and final spot. Danny Spiegel, another athlete trying to work her way into the top 10. Right now, 14th place overall with 285 points, 19 back of Chloe Wilson.
And for Spiegel, Sean, it's going to be all about those 4 legless rope climbs. Overhead squat going to be no problem, row. She's one of the best handstand walkers. She's great upside down on her hands. She'll be just fine on the strict chest to wall, but it's going to come down to how quickly she can turn around those legless seated rope climbs and whether or not she can avoid failure.
Heidi Canio and Danny Spiegel were the first 2 women to get through their first 10 reps on these 20 overhead squats. Canio's in the pink shorts towards the bottom of your screen.
These overhead squats here are just enough to spike the heart rate before you take a seat on the rower and increase your breathing a little bit, get a little sweat going. But you want to get through those overhead squats. You don't want to spend a whole lot of time underneath the barbell because you've got a lot of work upside down ahead of you.
But Danny Spiegel was the first woman to the rower. Canio was right behind her, and then you had Stacy Laram, Abigail Domet, and Emily Rolfe get in. And Emily Rolfe is another veteran on the outside looking in right now. She's in the blue top.
She's only 12 points back, and she could make up a ton of ground on these legless rope climbs. I wouldn't be surprised to see her hang middle of the pack here for most of the test, and then maybe try to make the move once she gets to the rig.
Well, Danny Spiegel is having a problem with her rower. That's what the judge's hand with the fist means. So they're going to find a way to figure this out. And it looks like that has been sorted. But athletes are briefed. If there is a problem with your monitor, continue to row.
Yeah, continue ticking up those meters. Sometimes those rowers, just the screens flash for just a quick second, but they pop back on. So yes, keep rowing. It's continuing to tick your meters upwards for you.
Down in lane 2 is Heidi Canio. She comes in 17th place overall with 269 points. So certainly not out of it, but needs to have some really solid results in these last 2 tests in order to get herself to Madison.
Looking great on that rower. You can see a solid stroke, quick breaths in and out.
Well, Danny Spiegel is just about done with her 500-meter row, and then she will start on her handstand pirouettes. Stacey Laram's judge's hand in the air right along with Heidi Canio's. They're in 2nd and 3rd. And there are the standings. That's how close it is with just 2 tests remaining. Danny Spiegel with a quick break. She gets right to work.
All of these ladies right now are rowing underneath the 2-minute pace. So they got on about 2 minutes now. So great pace.
Well, Emily Rolfe has moved into 2nd place. Rolfe is in the light blue top. Heidi Canio closest to the camera. She's fighting for 2nd as well behind Danny Spiegel. Spiegel is through, and now the 2-seated legless rope climbs.
I like what Rolfe has done here. She's come down in each section, and she's been really quick through the pirouette. So not necessarily needing to go unbroken, but making sure the time she's on her hands working is faster. So mitigating a little bit of that damage and being efficient when you actually do kick up.
I remember an athlete doing that in regionals with some strict handstand push-ups.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
In 2014, I think the first time we saw strict handstand push-ups show up, a certain athlete maybe did some fast singles to get to the games.
It's the way to go, bro. It's the way to go. Yes.
Danny Spiegel working on her first rope climb. Her hands have to be clearly below that red mark, and that rep will count for her. And now Emily Rolfe is through 1. Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Nikki?
I had a chance to catch up with Emily Rolfe's coach just ahead of this test, and he said that she knows she has some serious work to do today. Now, that can be a little bit of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, Emily does perform quite well under pressure. On the other hand, that type of pressure can certainly get into the mind of any athlete, but they do expect both of these tests today to go pretty darn well for her.
Rolf and Spiegel starting at the same time. This is their second and final rope climb on this opening set. After this, it's those 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups, and Emily Rolf is through.
Two different techniques you saw there. You see Danny with the giant kick, and you see Emily Rolf's hands are super close to her face. Now, I take gymnastics class at Coy's Gymnastics there in Omaha, and my coach always tells me the closer you keep the hands to the eyes, the more efficient you are. So you're spending less time under tension. And as you saw there, she got off the rope a little bit faster than Spiegel. We'll see how that all shakes out here when they go back to the ropes later on.
And Rolf was still using a little bit of hip turn just to get some momentum, just enough to be able to get her hand over hand.
Abigail Doman in lane 5. She is also on to her wall-facing handstand push-ups. She's in the middle of your screen in the all black. The three women who are very close to the cut line, doing very well in this 5th heat. The overall leaders will be on the floor in the 6th and final heat coming up next. Time to beat is 11 minutes 23.88 seconds. Belongs to Trista Smith. And remember, Rebecca Fuselier is only a 1/10 of a second behind that at 11:23.96.
Spiegel had an interesting approach to these handstand push-ups. She stayed up on the wall longer, but she took an extended break at the top of each rep. So making sure she got stacked, taking a little bit of the tension off of the muscles and letting the structure of her body maintain her weight, and she was able to hold on for just a little bit longer. She's taking a pause at each rep at the top.
The final 5 reps for Danny Spiegel, then it's back to the rope. Judge's hand is in the air also for Emily Rolf in lane 4. Rolf has 1 rep remaining, and Spiegel is through, and Rolf is done.
Stacy, what's going through the mind at this point when you know that, hey, I only got 2 reps here, but these are 2 very important reps where the slightest miscalculation and failure could be catastrophic?
You have to be ready. Take as much rest as you need, because the last thing you want to do is get halfway up that rope and then slide back down.
Rolf is going to get started first.
That little scissors kick is helping her elevate and transition from one hand to the other hand. Here comes Lauren Fisher, lane 8, looking great up and down that first climb there.
And Lauren Fisher now tied with Rolf for the lead.
Meanwhile, my girl Abby down there, Abigail, she's got 2 left, and she's giving it a quick shake. She struggled through those last few, so she's redlining here, which is what she needs. She needs to get back to that rope, so she does need to push the pace. She was only one of 2 women, Emily White being the second, yesterday to finish top 10 in event 4 and 5. Now, competition director Adrian Bosman was impressed, because he said he is looking for the athlete that can not only run fast, but can lift heavy. Now let's see what she can do with this gymnastics work.
Lauren Fisher in lane 8 is looking to overtake Emily Rolf for the lead. Also, Hattie Canio down in lane 2. She's on her final set of rope climbs. We'll keep an eye on her. So Fisher is through. Emily Rolf working her way back down. Rolf is through, so these are your top 2 now. Lauren Fisher and Emily Rolf, and Danny Spiegel is on her final rope climb.
She's got to use that hip thrust. She's got a couple more. Here she comes back down. Okay, she made it.
Emily Rolf is ahead now of Lauren Fisher. Hattie Canio is now done with her rope climbs as well in lane 2.
Now remember, Emily here, she went into each segment, okay, breaking it up strategically and clearly, very smartly on her way back through, now going unbroken.
Emily Rolf first, back to the rower. Here comes Hattie Canio, who's in that fight for second place along with Danny Spiegel and Lauren Fisher.
Now Hattie just needs to get through these pirouettes, because she did really good on the rower and she did excellent on the overhead squats. So just needs to get through these and get back to her safe spot.
Oh, Spiegel just got a no rep. Her hand hit the line.
It's enough for Fisher to make a move here if she can get through this last segment. And she does.
Sydney Mikulishin is also on to her final set of 3 handstand pirouettes. So Spiegel gets through that one. Lauren Fisher starts her final 500-meter row. Spiegel's into the rower. It's Emily Rolfe who's your leader, and here comes Hattie Canio, who now sits in 4th place in the heat.
And Emily Rolfe already now going through 200 meters, making her way through up to 300 meters now.
So Emily Rolfe in 13th place overall has got to make up 12 points on Chloe Wilson to get herself into the top 10.
Spiegel also below that cut line, 19 points back. She's got to try and at least reel in Lauren Fisher. Lauren Fisher got to the row a few seconds ahead of her, but remember, Danny Spiegel was the first athlete off of the row in the overhead squat on the way down. Very capable of handling this 500 meters, getting off the row ahead of Lauren Fisher, and then hammering the barbell.
Here's the thing, the row has nothing to do with other than, elevating your heart rate and getting the legs pumped a little bit. The shoulders are already fatigued at this point. This is a chance for your shoulders to recover here on the row. You're just pulling. You have one pull on that barbell. That's to get it up overhead. The rest is just hanging on and getting through those overhead squats.
Top 3 women on the screen. Emily Rolfe on the left side. Her judge's hand is in the air. Danny Spiegel and Lauren Fisher fighting for second, along with Hattie Canio in lane number 2. So Rolfe is done and will move to the barbell. Looks like Trista Smith and Rebecca Fuselier will hang on to the top 2 spots in this test, but 11:43.49, that's the 3rd best time. That right now belongs to Bailey Rail.
Solid clean and jerk up overhead, eyes straight ahead, armpit straight forward, pressing through that barbell. Not a single stutter step of her feet. Her feet are firmly planted into the floor. She looks great out there. She just needs to hang on.
Remember Allison Weiss from the earlier heat as well, about 12:10-ish. That's another time that could factor in here for someone like Emily Rolfe. Every single one of these points matters.
Rolfe is through her first set of 10. Spiegel and Fisher are just about done with their 500-meter rows. Now they're finished. Rolfe has 10 reps remaining. Spiegel and Fisher starting their first 10 reps on this final set of 20.
Good news for Lauren. She's got her eyes ahead of Spiegel. So Spiegel doesn't know where Lauren's at on the floor, but Lauren knows where Danny's at. So could play in her favor. Only just 4 more reps to go. She's looking great. Things are getting a little sketchy here. You can tell she's fighting for those armpits, fighting for that press.
Spiegel's done with her first set of 10. Rolfe is in. 12:16.43 seconds. Right now, 5th place in this test.
Danny just plowing through that barbell. She's like, welcome to the buffet, boys. It's time to eat again. Nice.
Final rep for Spiegel. She gets through. Lauren Fisher is on her last set of 5. Hattie Canio on the far side of the floor in the pink shorts is on her final set of 10 as well.
Lauren taking a step forward, has to regroup a little bit, adjust her feet.
Abigail Doman in lane 5 as Lauren Fisher comes across the finish line. Doman is on her final set of 10. In the all black, Hattie Canio just got hit with a no rep. Sydney Mikulishin is going through her overhead squats as well.
And this is big for Rolfe and Spiegel, 2 athletes trying to make their way up to the leaderboard. Abigail Domick going to lose some points to both of them in this test.
So Abigail Doman is in with a time of 13:24.37 seconds. Puts her in 9th right now in the test as Sydney Mikulishin knocks out her final rep. Hattie Canio is on her final rep down in lane 2. And she is in. Next to her is Carissa Stapp, the only athlete on the overhead squats right now. In lane 6, that's Stacy Larum.
She was only 4 points back of Chloe Wilson in 12. She was the next athlete behind Domit that was potentially one of those bubble athletes, and heartbreaking to see, but we may be watching her chances go out the window with this one.
Oh, and I've been there before. I've been there staring up at the rope, and you think you're ready and you feel the pressure and you have to go, but you take it there and you're not quite ready and you slide down that rope. It's an awful feeling.
And legless, any variation of legless rope climbs, the the difference between tragedy and triumph is razor thin, and it's really hard to find sometimes, you know, under threshold in a competition like this when the energy's high.
And that's just the thing. It's really hard to mimic what you're feeling right here in competition and training. You do redline, but you realize at that moment, and when you're training, am I really redlining? I'm not really sure. And the only way to feel that effect is on the competition floor.
Carissa Stapp is in her final 5 reps at the other end of the floor. Final rep for Stapp, and she is in. And we have 45 seconds remaining here. So as you mentioned, Tommy, both Spiegel and Rolfe finishing ahead of Doman and Laram. That was Chelsea Nicholas on the rower down in lane 10, and that means that at the very least, Rolfe and Spiegel will be creeping closer to the cut line. Laram just is not going to be able to make it up there.
She's not giving up. You can see it in her eyes. It's such an awful feeling. I feel so bad for her. I've been there. But I give her kudos. She went for it. That's what she needed to do.
Emily Rolfe wins the heat right now, 5th place in the test with a time of 12:16.43 seconds, and Danny Spiegel finishes 2nd ahead of Lauren Fisher.
Yeah, it started with rower. On the rower there, Spiegel got off first, no problem. We knew that was going to be a problem for her. She was on the pirouettes, led through the pirouettes, went unbroken. Here's where Emily caught up on the rope climbs. Emily strategically went through each segment of the pirouettes, not unbroken until this final last push through. Here she goes, looking comfortable, clears them easily, gets on the rower first, pushes the pace, gets to the barbell first, no problem up overhead, looks strong, and takes the heat.
Well, final heat coming up next here in test number 6 for the women. We are down to the final heat in test number 6, the second to last test here for the individuals at the North America West semifinal from the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Woodland with Stacy Tovar and Tommy Marquez, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Overall standings coming into this test close at the top with just 1 point separating Ariel Lowen from Catherine Davidsdottir. Now, Chloe Wilson is in 10th place. She's the last woman in right now as far as the spot to the CrossFit Games is concerned. And we just saw both Emily Rolfe and Danny Spiegel put a little bit of pressure on her. It's all about, again, those 22 reps right in the middle.
That is correct. 16-minute time cap, aggressive time cap here. Test 6 for time. 20 overhead squats, 125 pounds on the barbell. Transition to a 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, and then back on through.
Recipe for success. It was Emily Rolfe who really did a good job of managing that shoulder fatigue in the last heat.
She executed perfectly. Execution and technique will rule for the day and mitigate that shoulder fatigue.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier on the competition floor. Nikki?
Guys, we have come so far when it comes to the evolution of these athletes getting upside down in competition. It started with handstand walks back at the CrossFit Games in 2011. Since then, we've added obstacles, pirouettes, freestanding handstand push-ups, and then last year was the first time we saw pirouettes at the Games. This is the first time we'll be seeing them at this stage of competition. Adrienne Bosman making a statement that high-skill gymnastics must be in these athletes' arsenals.
Here are the lane assignments for the overall leaders in this final heat. And in lane number 10, that's where Chloe Wilson will be. Best finish so far is a 7th, and she is clinging to that final qualifying spot, and she has gotten close these past couple of years to getting to the CrossFit Games, looking to finish the job here in 2023. And Alex Gazan, third place overall, and had that great battle with Ariel Lowen on Friday night. The final heat is underway. 11 minutes, 23.88 seconds. Trista Smith out of heat 3. That's your time to beat.
Keep your eye on Ariel Lowen on the left. She's got the elbow sleeve on. We heard some information about her being a little nicked up coming into the weekend with an elbow injury. You talk overhead squats, handstand walks with pirouettes. This is going to put more stress on the elbow than most of the tests we've seen.
She's got that gymnastics background though, so let's not count her out quite yet.
Let's hope it's just precautionary.
Gazan getting to work on her overhead squats. Olivia Kerstetter, along with Catherine Davidsdottir and Christine Kohlenbrander, were among the first women to get to their second set of 10.
All these girls here looking really strong on these overhead squats.
Kohlenbrander and Kerstetter, first two into the rower. Kerstetter's at the bottom of your screen, and she at one point, it was brief, but Olivia Kerstetter was your overall leader in this entire competition after test 4.
I'm excited to see how she does on this gymnastics portion of the workout. It's the bulk of the workout, so let's see how much she's improved over this offseason.
The Ice Barrel is giving the CrossFit community $300 off an Ice Barrel with code CFSemi. Visit icebarrel.com to redeem yours and strengthen your immune system, improve circulation, and boost mental clarity and focus. Olivia Kerstetter is your leader right now on this 500-meter row.
Meanwhile, I'm not sure what happened there in lane 1, but Emily White just got onto the rower. She must have missed several reps on her overhead squat.
Kerstetter does have a test win here. She took test 3 and then finished 4th in test 4, and that's when she was the overall leader. But of course, they went right into test number 5, and then she went from 1st down to 7th after taking 34th in test 5.
She's looking great here on the rower. You can see she's taking 2 breaths. One when she pulls the handle to her chest, and another when she grows into the catch position at that monitor.
Catherine Davidsdottir and Christine Kohlenbrander are the 2 women right behind Olivia Kerstetter. Saw Kohlenbrander take a peek at Davidsdottir's monitor. And judges' hands in the air for them and for Ariel Lowen in the blue shorts next to Catherine Davidsdottir. Kerstetter's done. Alex Gazan's judge's hand is in the air, as is Bethany Shadburn. All judges' hands in the air now as the athletes finish up their 500-meter row. The exception being Emily White, who struggled on those overhead squats. She's towards the back.
Now let's see how many athletes. It's really hard because you're lined up, ready to go for the next heat when the previous heat is going already on the floor. So you can't really tell what their strategy was, but we'll see if anybody got the memo from somebody in the crowd, or perhaps their coach yelling at them like, hey, you don't have to go unbroken on the first set of pirouettes.
Kerstetter is through. Ariel Lowen is about neck and neck with Kohlenbrander and Davidsdottir.
And these legless rope climbs, those are going to be the make or break point for Katrin. I think many fans, longtime fans of the sport, are well aware of her history in 2014, legless rope climbs being the movement that kept her out of the games. And if you want to say your superhero or villain origin story was that moment that led her to eventually winning back-to-back CrossFit Games titles.
Kohlenbrander is done with her first, and Kerstetter is now done with her first. There goes Davidsdottir.
Looks strong there. You can see her just ripping down on that rope. That's exactly what you need to do. As you're pulling from one side, you shift your body weight almost as if you're climbing a pegboard. And then when you pull from the other side, you have to shift your body weight to the opposite side. And that's how you effectively climb up the rope.
Most of the athletes on the floor are through their first of 2 rope climbs here. In fact, in lane 4, Alex Gazan is onto her handstand push-ups along with Kohlenbrander.
She snuck in there. My girl snuck in there. She's got the best pulling strength here in the games. I really, truly believe that.
Ariel Lowen is now on to the handstand push-up. So it's Gazan, Lowen, and Kohlenbrander, your leaders right now, as David's daughter will join them on the handstand push-up wall. Kohlenbrander on the right side is in the lead, followed by Alex Gazan and then Ariel Lowen.
She's looking great on the wall. She is looking so good. I'm not really sure if she needs to go in such large sets. It might be worth breaking up strategically, coming off the wall, letting the blood flow back through the arms.
David's daughter checking with her judge to see how many she has remaining here. Alex Gazan has 4 left. Kohlenbrander is trying to get
Emily
back up on the wall.
Emily White's one of the bubble athletes here. She was in 9th. She was she was in 9th, only 9 points clear of Chloe Wilson. She was the last off of the handstand walk pirouettes, well behind. And then last year, the legless rope climb event was one of her worst events at the Syndicate Crown. She was 24th and really struggled in this. So this could be a tough sign for her overall.
Alex Gazan left side is back onto her legless rope climbs, as is Christine Kohlenbrander. Gazan's going to get done first and now moves into the lead.
She is so fast down that rope. She is spending less than 5 seconds on that climb down.
Kohlenbrander is almost through her first rep. Gazan will start her second and final ascent.
You see her frog kick, shift her body weight from side to side, rip on that rope. Hands are nice and close to her eyes. That's a great looking legless rope climb right
Gazan
there.
is through and she will take the lead. Bethany Shadburn on the left side is working on her rope climbs, and she'll get through her first of her final 2.
What a comeback for Bethany. She really needs this confidence after that horrible back injury she suffered this last off season.
And the thing is, her capacity was never in doubt, right? It was just a matter of being healthy and making sure her body physically could hold up after multiple years of really unfortunate circumstances with the injury and then getting withdrawn during the pandemic.
In lane 9, Kelly Baker is also done with her second set of rope climbs. She's kicking up in the background there and challenging Kohlenbrander for second place in this heat. So Gazan is through and she'll move back to the rower.
This is what Gazan needs. This is what Alex needs to do. She just needs to strap in, start pulling, get ahead of the game. Her overhead squats in the first 20, I don't know if you noticed, they were as upright as a post. She was beautiful on those.
Bethany Shadburn is also now moving back for the handstand pirouettes.
This could be a key performance for Kelly Baker. She was only 12 points clear of the cut line in 8th, trying to make her first individual appearance at the games, and this might be one of her last hurrahs, and to be able to secure a solid spot here going to the finale, that would be big.
Well, Shadburn on the left side of her screen, she just got a no rep, but she was in 3rd place, now still is in 3rd place, behind Kohlenbrander. As Kohlenbrander moves to the rower, Ariel Lowen is on to the handstand walk as well. And Katrin David's daughter, left side of your screen, now moving to the handstand walk, finishing up her final 2 rope climbs.
Good for Katrin.
That's the damage control portion for her. Now that she's through, steady, push the pace maybe a little bit on these handstand walks because she's one of the best. If you remember back to 2020, she held the max handstand hold for nearly 3 minutes. Was the best time out there, male or female.
Bethany Shadburn is getting to the rower, as is Kelly Baker down in lane number 9. And David's daughter will start her final 500-meter row. The time to beat, 11:23.88 seconds. And Alex Gazan has a shot at that. The test records, Danielle Brandon at 10:39 last week in North America East.
It'll be close. It'll be close.
We know Gazan's not going to have much of a problem with the barbell. It's just a matter of how quickly she can get this 500 meters taken care of on the rower.
She is moving up to 400 meters. She should have about 8 pulls here. If you're counting, one pull usually takes about 10 to 12 meters. So she's on the back end here, looking great.
Well, Olivia Kerstetter has now just gotten herself to the rower. Meanwhile, Chloe Wilson in lane 10 falling towards the back here. And almost through these pirouettes.
What should help Chloe is that Emily White, the woman right in front of her, is in dead last in this heat. And then just a couple of spots ahead of her, Hannah Black, still on the strict handstand push-ups.
So Alex Gazan is onto the barbell now and has 5 remaining on this opening set of 10. Then it's 10 more and she'll get across the finish line.
I talked with Justin Kotler, her coach, and they've been working on her confidence. She knew that she was going to struggle with tests 4 and 5, that her one rep max snatch is only 185 pounds. I say only. But to see her bounce back like she is today, it's looking great.
That's the next evolution of a high-level competitor, right? You have a tough finish. You know what? You go home, you rest, you reset, you come back the next day with a fresh mindset, and you attack.
Christine Kohlenbrander is moving to the barbell. She's on her first set of 10. Here comes Ariel Lowen and Bethany Shadburn in the background as well. 5 left for Alex Gazan, looking to lock up her second win of this North America West semifinal and move herself to the top of the overall standings with 1 test remaining. And Alex Gazan is going to take test 6.
You know, she didn't quite beat Danielle Brandon's world record there, but she is sitting really good. She did take first here overall, beating Trista Smith there with a time of 11:23.8.
Christine Kohlenbrander is across.
I'm really proud of Christine. She had a great, mentally struggled this last off season, and she came out here looking great. I also got to give a shout to my former affiliate owner there with her husband, Jared, CrossFit 417. So she's got a lot going on, and wow, to be able to be at this level with all of that, it's outstanding.
Well, we will see what both Davis-Daughter and Lowen come up with. Those are the 2 that Gazan is chasing. Lowen is in. She's going to take 6th place in the test. And now Bethany Shadburn is almost done as Davis-Daughter gets herself across the finish line. Shadburn is in. Davis-Daughter is going to take 7th place in this test. Shadburn will take 9th. And now Olivia Kerstetter and Kelly Baker trying to finish up. Baker is through. And that's the final rep for Olivia Kerstetter. And Chloe Wilson now in lane 10. Is just about done with her first set of 10 reps. She came in 10th place overall, just 1 point up on Abigail Doman, 4 up on Liram, and Rolf and Spiegel are going to maybe find themselves inside the top 10 here.
I was just about to say, this is great for Rolf and Spiegel. I mean, you know, Rolf was about 30 seconds ahead of Spiegel. Both of their times have now passed. So you have Chloe Wilson, you have Hannah Black and Emily White all still out on the floor, all in spots 6 through 10. We could see multiple shakeups inside of the top 10 going into this finale.
Wilson is in.
All smiles there. You know, I love Rolf, I love Spiegel, but you know, I gotta give a shout out to Miss Wilson here. Firefighter, full-time firefighter. She missed last year's games by the last 2 years, just by 1 single spot. So for all you fans out there, give some love to Chloe. Let's hope she gets herself there finally this year. This is the year.
Well, Emily White is still out there on the rope climbs, and Hannah Black is also still on the floor. So it is likely black and white, make your own joke there, will fall outside of the top 10. And that is going to help Wilson stay in the top 10 and might help Rolf and Spiegel get into a qualifying spot as well with one test remaining.
Hannah's got that scissors kick. That's what she needs. It's that last little touch above the red line that really gets you.
And that's actually a very important rep there, even with only a minute or so left, because we saw a lot of athletes log jammed at that second set of rope climbs, and just getting one rep can push you 5, 6, 7 spots ahead and save you some precious points.
Emily White has Bethany Shadburn back there trying to coach her through this. And White gets through.
That's what White needed after struggling with her rope climbs in the past. Hopefully that builds a little confidence for her moving forward.
You could see her, she was pumped, but you know, no rest for the weary, because she struggled on the pirouettes on the way down when she was fresh.
But you mentioned those reps. Those are good reps. We need those to count for her.
Hannah Black just can't keep control. As we're inside 30 seconds to go here.
Yeah, what she needs to do here is she just needs to take a step, pivot the other hand in the opposite direction, step so both hands are then forward again, and then finally take her steps forward.
Test 6 is done. Katrin Davis out there trying to help Hannah Black out. The top of the leaderboard is going to get very interesting, and the cut line is probably going to look a lot different than it did coming in. As Alex Kazan comes up with her second test win of this competition, 11 minutes, 10.37 seconds.
It was all Gazan all day long. Those handstand push-ups were no problem for her. She buzzed right through those, got upside down, buzzed right through the pirouettes. No problem here. Looking great. Hopped on the rower. It was all her. There was not a single person on the pirouettes when she was on the rower. She got through the rower, no problem. Solid on the overhead squats and took the heat.
Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier with Alex Kazan.
Yeah, that's fun. So Alex, we saw a lot of women struggle specifically on those legless rope climbs. That did not seem to be an issue for you. What is it about that hand over hand movement that makes it particularly strong for you?
I'm not sure. I've always really liked them. And once I realized I was good at them, it made me like them even more. I don't know, I just move fast and it feels good.
With a field so deep and so many qualifying spots down the line, how much extra pressure does it put on you, not only to do well, but really to grab as many points as possible?
Yeah, honestly, this many girls makes the leaderboard shift a lot. So it actually feels like a little less pressure. If you were to make a mistake, you have more opportunity to gain points. Like yesterday, I lost a lot of points on the snatch, and that made me really hungry for today.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Second test win for Alex Kazan, and the top of the overall standings are going to be really tight heading into test number 7, and we'll have to see what happens as far as the cut line is concerned after 10th place. But Emily Rolfe is going to wind up finishing 10th place in the test after taking her heat. And we'll have to see what happens with Hannah Black and Emily White. So some exciting finishes here in test number 6. One test remains for the women. Coming up next, the men take the floor. We will have light coverage of the first 3 heats. Stacy, Tommy, and I will be back for heat number 5.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our athletes working on those overhead squats. The big boy weight at 185. Our first athlete making their way over to that second barbell. Our athletes moving through this first set of 20. Before that 500-meter row, the only difference between our men and our women, they have a 15-minute cap, and that weight is 185 pounds.
Alessandro Zanet at a K2 CrossFit, first to the row. Here come the rest of the fellas. Like Joshua was saying, this event has a 15-minute time cap. They are now working on that 500-meter row. Basically, you're doing the same thing on your way in as you are on your way out. The middle portion of this is this 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. It also seems to be the separator. Those legless rope climbs and those chest-to-wall handstand push-ups is where we have seen a shakeup.
Two minutes into a 15-minute timed event. And our athletes here working hard to get this done. 7 athletes in this heat. All inching closer and closer to 500 meters. Judges hand in the air already for lane number 3.
Hands are in the air like Joshua G was saying. Alessandro Zanet in lane number 3, first to be done with that row. It is now on to 3 handstand pirouettes. Lane number 7. Jones out of Coda CrossFit, next to kick upside down. Lane number 5, same story. That's Harley Pesco-Solido out of Driven to Conquer CrossFit.
Jones being called back, his hands outside of the box. As we have lane number 5 being called back as well. It looks like Evans will get to that rope climb first.
Eric Evans out of Bear Republic CrossFit, first to the rope. Here comes lane number 2, Isaac Farias. And then we have lanes 4 and 5, Harley Pesco-Solido and Mitch McClune. We have a couple athletes through that first rope climb. Lane number 2, that may be his second one, I believe it is. Yep, lane number 2, Isaac Farias, and lane number 5, Harley Pesco-Solido are your 1 and 2. Isaac, first of those handstand push-ups. Isaac Farias in lane 2, leading the charge, followed by lane number 5, Harley Pesco-Solido. And we're looking for our third athlete to round out this heat for our 1, 2, and 3.
Nicely done by lane 7. There goes Evans. Evans trying to catch up to lanes 2 and 5.
5 minutes in. Lane number 1, Isaac Farias. Back in for 2 seated legless rope climbs.
There we go, 2, 3, 4, all flying through those wall-facing strict handstand push-ups.
We are 6 minutes in. Farias having no problem with these seated legless rope climbs. Your leader is in lane number 2. He's in the black shirt, blue shorts with 1 more climb to go. Farias just needs both those hands under the red tape, and he is good to leave that rogue rig behind and work his way back down the line. He's doing 3 handstand pirouettes, as you see indicated on the ground. They've got to do a circle. They got to twist it round, and then get both of those hands across that gray line and then the white line. They have to do the full circle in that first box. Here we go, Farias. Spin it right round. There we go. And he's got 1, he's gonna go for 2. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure they gotta get that circle all the way. There it is for Farias.
This guy is running away with it. Setting a blistering time. Who's going to be the next one to join Isaac Farias over there in lane number 2? I believe Evans has 1 more rope climb to go.
Farias in a league of his own right now over in lane number 2. Lane number 4 can join him. Mitch McClune with CrossFit Invictus. McClune gonna give it another shot. Lane number 7 coming to join. Stephen Jones out of Coda CrossFit. We are 9.5 minutes in. 9.5 minutes in towards that 15-minute time cap.
Evans holding on as he makes the journey back to the rower. Lane number 2, Farias, extending his lead as he passes 300 meters. Farias in the zone as Evans takes a breather. Stephen Jones getting closer and closer to the rower. There we go, Evans strapped in and going to work on the row, but it is Farias in lane 2. 20 overhead squats separate him from a first place victory here in Heat 1.
Farias getting into position as we hit 11 minutes in. 4 minutes, athletes, you have 4 minutes. Isaac Farias in lane number 2. Leading heat number 1, this is heat number 1, test number 6. Final day of competition at the North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. They have test 6 and test 7, and then it is all over for our individual competition. Farias with 10 more reps remaining.
Evans chasing down the rest of the pack, trying to hold on to that second place position. But Farias with 10 more reps to go as we hit the 12-minute marker.
With just under 4 minutes remaining, Farias has got 1. There's 2 towards 10. He gets 5, he needs 5 more, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes lane number 6, Eric Evans out of Bear Republic CrossFit.
Evans in lane number 4, Mitch McClune getting to the barbell at the same time.
Mitch McClune double timing these overhead squats right now.
McClune moving fast, but all eyes are on lane number 2. Can Farias get it done with less than 2 minutes remaining?
He drops it at 1. Farias with 1 rep to go. McClune with 10 reps to go. It is 1 Farias, 2 McClune, 3 Evans.
Can McClune do the unthinkable, or will Farias get it done? Farias with 1 more rep to go. McClune couldn't hold on.
Farias setting up for his final overhead squat. And it's good for Isaac Farias.
Nicely done by Evans as McClune and Evans try to finish this up with less than 1 minute remaining.
45 seconds to go. Mitch McClune needing 2 more reps. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mitch McClune. 30 seconds.
Finishing up lane number 6, Eric Evans.
Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1 time.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to all of our athletes, but a big shout out to Farius, getting Heat 1 done first.
Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the athletes of heat number 2 getting underway. Our fellas, as you know, have 185 pounds on that barbell and a 15-minute time cap. They want to finish this event, they're going to have to move and move fast, and already judges hands in the air as 2 of our athletes, lane number 8, Stephen O'Brien, and lane number 3, Parker Foster, advancing into that second set of 10. Stephen O'Brien, the first athlete back to the rower. He's working on his first 500-meter journey.
Lane number 8, like you said, leading the charge, Stephen O'Brien. Here comes lane number 2, Joel Laney. Lane number 6 as well, Sturins at a Hammer CrossFit East. These guys getting into a 500-meter row right here. They started with 20 overhead squats, 500-meter row. Then we'll see him work on 3 handstand pirouettes. Those placards getting bumped up. The fellas with their first 100 meters in towards that 500 meters.
Stephen O'Brien already at 300 meters. O'Brien at 400 meters. O'Brien looking to be the next athlete over to the rig. O'Brien off of the rower and over to that first handstand walk pirouette.
Lane number 3 looking to kick it upside down. He is first to strike. That is Parker Foster. Foster has 1. He's going for 2. Parker Foster looking to go all the way through. All the way in one play, Parker Foster. Parker Foster in lane number 3, the first to get into those seated legless rope climbs. He is working his way up the rope. Here comes lane number 1, Arturo Torres out of CrossFit Kima. It is 1 Foster, 2 Torres, 3 Laney.
Flores getting over to the rope. We got about 5 athletes getting ready to start their ascend up that rig. Our athletes have a 15-minute cap. Lane number 2 getting a good rep. Joel Laney. Gonna chalk it up before giving it another go. Same goes for lane number 10, Flores. He gets to the top, must control all the way to the bottom, and he does. And he gets a solid rep.
We are 5 minutes in towards that 15-minute time cap. Lane number 1 and 3, Foster and Torres. Both looking to get into these chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. Torres is upside down and going. Same story for lane number 6, Sturins. Sturins is leading, followed by Torres.
Sturins with some solid reps, but it looks like lane number 3 with the slight advantage. Parker Foster, just a handful of reps to go.
Foster now with 4 more to go in lane number 3. but it looks like lane number 2. Maybe Laney, we will see. Here we go. It's Foster and Torres at the same time, I believe. Wait, they were just going for a little bit of a walk. Torres is back in for some handstand push-ups, but our leader, Foster, in lane number 3. I think some of the athletes just want to get away from that wall for a moment. If you're just joining us, this is Heat 2, Individual Test 6, the final day of competition.
We are at that 7-minute marker. Again, a 15-minute time cap.
Lane number 3, Parker Foster, is done with those climbs, and he can get back to some handstand pirouettes. My guy over in lane number 8, Stephen O'Brien. Oh man, so close. Coming up on 8 minutes here. There it is, 8 minutes in towards that 15-minute time cap. Here we go, lane number 3. Parker Foster has his first pirouette. Looking for another. It's good for Parker Foster. Looking for that 3rd time's a charm. He's gonna kick down and shake those arms out beforehand.
Foster in the zone as he approaches that last and final pirouette. Holding on strong, Foster making that final turn. Getting no reps, got to be called back. I believe his hand on the outside. Meanwhile, Stephen O'Brien holding on over here.
I love it.
Love it when the crowd gets
yes.
behind their athletes. As we pass the 9-minute marker, we got 2 athletes approaching the rower. This is the North America West NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Our athletes are killing it here out on that competition floor. They gotta make moves going into that final test today, test 7. Parker, the only athlete on the rower.
Parker Foster ahead of the pack, but here comes lane number 6, Stearns. It is 1 Foster, 2 Stearns. And then 3 looks to be down there at the far end, Flores. We are 10 minutes in. 5 minutes, guys, 5 minutes.
We now have 3 athletes on the rower as Flores, lane number 10, joins the mix. These athletes have to get to 500 meters on the rower and complete 20 overhead squats, all underneath that 15-minute time cap.
Josh is telling us the lay of the land here. Lane number 5, trying to make it to the rower. That is Logan Ewing. We are 11 minutes in. 4 minutes, guys, 4 minutes. Torres now able to get in on those handstand pirouettes again, working his way back out from that rig. But my man in lane number 3, Parker Foster, has 20 overhead squats. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, Parker Foster. But here comes lane number 6. Sturins closing that gap between him and first right now. Both of them getting into that overhead position at the same time.
Less than 3 minutes remaining.
Foster drops, Sturin keeps on cranking.
Make that 2.5 minutes remaining as Foster taking a breather. Here comes Flores. Sturans trying to finish up here in lane 6. Sturans getting that barbell up and overhead. One set down for Flores, one more to go, but all eyes are on lane number 6. Andres Sturans with just one more to go, and make some noise for Sturans.
Parker Foster still fighting with this barbell here in lane number 3. There we go, he's got 4 more reps remaining in that first set of 10. Athletes, you have 1 minute. With 1 minute remaining, Parker Foster trying to get 10 reps. How you looking down there, Joshy?
Crowd getting behind these athletes with 45 seconds remaining. Flores trying to hold on strong as he's got 2 more reps. Flores with 1 more. And give it up for Nico Flores.
30 seconds. $15 seconds to go. 10 seconds, he needs 2 more reps. 3, 2, 1, time. Parker Foster getting it done before that buzzer hit. Heat 3 up next. seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our athletes working on test number 6. This is our third heat for this particular test, and you can see our athletes flying through this one. That barbell being slammed around as they work on their next set of 10. It is a who's who as these elite men try to get to that rower first.
Lane number 6 first to the row, followed by lane number 5. That is Isaiah Vidal and Drake Lewis. Lane number 2 joining them, that is Lionel Franco from Straight Flush CrossFit.
Lauder's on that rower.
These athletes have a 15-minute time cap, to get through this individual test number 6. They're working with 20 overhead squats, as we just saw, 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes. So when they kick upside down, they've got to spin 360 degrees 3 different times as they walk down that line. Then they do 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups, and then they do all of that again on their way back out. These athletes with some of them with less than 200 meters to go. Again, they're working towards 500 meters. This is the final day of the individual competition. This is test number 6, and then they have test number 7 before closing out their weekend. A hand is in the air for lane number 5, a hand is in the air for lane number 6. Drake Lewis and Isaiah Vidal, your 1 and 2, have they kept that 1 and 2 position, or has somebody gone a little faster on this row?
A lot of judges' hands in the air, but it is lane number 6. Vidal and lane 5 in a handstand race to the rig.
Lane number 2 trying to catch Vidal and Lewis. It's gonna be Franco trying to chase down the other 2 athletes. How are we looking, Joshy G? The crowd getting behind lanes 5 and 6. We've been saying their name, Lewis and Vidal. They each have 1 legless rope climb remaining. Lane number 4 as well, Brian Huynh.
Couple of no reps being had here for Gross as the rest of the pack chase down those seated legless rope climbs. All eyes though are on lanes 5 and 6 as they've already started their strict wall-facing handstand push-up journey.
Lane number 4, Brian Wynn, done with his rope climbs, moving into some chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. They're going for 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. A little over 5 minutes into heat number 3. This is heat 3 of 6. Lane number 4, Brian Wynn, cranked through those chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. He is now trying to chase lane number 6, Isaiah Vidal.
One more to go for lane 5. And he will make it back to the rope. Lane number 9 flying through those wall facing strict handstand push-ups. That is Clay Ferris. But eyes are on lanes 5 and 6. Drake Lewis and Isaiah Vidal.
Lane number 4, Brian Wynn, on his last legless. Brian Wynn, ladies and gentlemen, our new leader here in the red shorts.
There goes Vidal chasing down Wynn. Lane number 6, Vidal trying to get back to the rower ahead of Wynn. Wynn holding on strong, as is Vidal. Here comes the lane at number 5, Drake Lewis. Wynn being called back, Isaiah being a little bit more strategic, taking a quick break. We have passed the halfway marker. We are at the 8-minute marker. 7 minutes to go.
We are 8 minutes in, and at that 8-minute marker, lane number 6, Isaiah Vidal, takes back his lead. Brian Wynn trying to catch him. It is 1 Vidal, 2 Wynn, and then 3 Drake Lewis.
Trying to get to that magic number of 500 meters.
9 minutes in for our athletes. Your 1, 2, and 3, Vidal, Wynn, and lane number 9, Ferris. That is your 1, 2, and 3 on those concept 2s, going for another 500 meters there.
15 minutes is the time cap as our athletes working hard.
10 minutes in. Athletes, you have 5 minutes. And at that 5-minute marker, Isaiah Vidal in lane number 6. Looking to chalk up those hands and get after 20 overhead squats.
Here we go, Isaiah Vidal working hard on those overhead squats. Vidal with 4 more reps in that first set of 10. Vidal asking for a little love. Vidal finishing up that second set of 10. One more overhead squat to go. Make some noise for Isaiah Vidal.
Brian Wynn in lane number 4 with 10 more reps to go. Brian Wynn with 9 more to go. "12 minutes in, 3 minutes remain." And lane number 4 in the red shorts with 2 more reps remaining. Go ahead and make some noise for Brian Wynn. Two and a half minutes.
Clay, lane number 9 with less than 4 reps to go. As we approach the 13-minute marker, lane number 9 with his final rep. Let's make some noise, Pasadena, for Clay Ferris.
Less than 2 minutes remain. Drake Lewis in lane number 5 with 10 more reps to go. Drake Lewis in the black shirt, center stage with 5 more reps to go. Two more reps to go. Drake Lewis working on his final rep. There it is, Drake Lewis.
Tony working on his final set of overhead squats as we approach the 1-minute warning. Speaking of one, Tony finishing up his last set, and Tony Lauders getting it all done.
These athletes have less than a minute remaining. Adam McAdams working on his first set of 10. Charles Cacker working on his last set of 10, 45 seconds. Cackert's going for it. Athletes, you have 30 seconds. Can Cackert get it done? 20 seconds. He's got 2 more reps remaining. 10 seconds. Charles Cackert. 3, 2, 1, time.
Big shout out to Isaiah Vidal, finishing heat number 3 first.
Fourth and final day of competition continues here at the North America West Semifinal from the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez, Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor as well, and we also have 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacy Tovar in the booth. Overall standings, top 9 men going to the CrossFit Games out of the semifinal, and right now it's Pat Vellner who sits atop the overall leaderboard by 13 points over Brent Fikowski. Mitchell Stevenson right now would be the last man in, but it is close in spots 8 through 10, only 8 points separating those 3 men. Test number 6. It's the middle that makes the difference here.
Yeah, you're going to have the overhead squats and row to start, but really that chunk in the middle of the handstand walk pirouettes, the seated legless rope climbs, and the strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, that's going to be the meat of this test, because then you're going to go back the way you came to finish it out.
What's the recipe for success here?
Well, we got a couple here, and the first one is execution technique. With so much high-skill gymnastics, good technique and execution is always key. Shoulder fatigue. Save some for the way back, especially on those handstand walk pirouettes and the overhead squats.
10 men in this fourth of 6 heats. Tudor Magda, who put on a show yesterday with that 325-pound snatch to take test 4, looking to work his way up the standings and get within striking distance of a spot inside the top 10.
A Games rookie from a year ago, hasn't had the weekend that he's wanted, but he is incredibly skilled, tremendous gymnast, so this could be an opportunity for him to start to turn his weekend around.
Heat 4 underway. Time to beat Isaiah Vidal out of heat number 3, 11 minutes 20.29 seconds. We start with the 20 overhead squats at 185 pounds. Ten on one barbell, 10 on the next barbell, and then after this, the athletes advance to the rower for the 500-meter row. Justin Rhodes in lane 3, he's in a late shirt and black shorts, is one of the first men to get onto his second set. And he now has 3 reps remaining.
I'd expect Tudor to be in attack mode this entire test. Obviously the weight is going to be light for him given that he snatched 325 pounds. Cruise on the rower, and then once he kicks upside down, his handstand walk capacity is tremendous, and he's a great upper body puller.
Rhodes, Magda, Jacob Marlowe and Jeremiah Bailey were the first 4 men to the rower. Jeremiah Bailey out front here on this 500-meter row. Bailey coming in 31st place overall with 185 total points.
And really all this is just the appetizer, because once we start to get to those pirouettes, man, that's when the test really starts.
There is Justin Rhodes in lane 3. 25th place overall with 202 points. So he really needs to swing for the fences here if he wants any shot at getting himself into the top 9. Tudor Magda right now in 3rd place on this row. But we know when this kid gets on his hands,
it's like sprinting upside down. That's really what it is. And I mean, he's got a long history within the sport despite being a rookie at the games as an individual last year. He's kind of the teen champion that time forgot, because in 2020 when the season got cut short, that was his year to be the man in the 16 to 17 division. So he technically won, but that was based off of the online qualifier that they held that year. So really, he's got a ton more experience than maybe his rap sheet shows.
And Jeremiah Bailey is the first man off the 500-meter row. Justin Rhodes and Tudor Magda right behind him. Magda's already through his first pirouette. There he is on the left side of your screen on his second one. And Justin Rhodes also on the far side has a great pace going as Bailey's through, Rhodes is through, and now Magda is done. Now we go to the 2 seated legless rope climbs.
Bailey, no stranger to the ropes, being a firefighter there. Fun fact, he packs equipment in the back of his pickup truck, and that's how he trains when he's at work.
Tudor Magda went touch and go, but he still has, he may have gotten no rep. His judge's hand is still in the air indicating 1 rep. So Magda's first rep looked like it didn't count. Meanwhile, Jeremiah Bailey is through as Magda gets set to close out his first set of 2 reps. Magda moves on to the handstand push-ups after this to join Jeremiah Bailey. And Magda is through. Justin Rhodes is also on to the handstand push-ups along with Jeremiah Bailey. And he's just about done with his set of 20.
And watch Rhodes on these legless rope climbs. He basically did touch and go as well. No hesitation from 1 rep to the next.
Rhodes, possibly a gymnast specialist, 8th on test 2.
He was a state champion in wrestling in high school and got into CrossFit watching a guy by the name of Rich Froning.
Trains out of Jacob Hepner's barn there.
And guys with a wrestling background, they're sneaky gymnasts because of the level of body control that's required for the sport, right? I mean, Stacy, your husband, high-level wrestler, they just naturally have that control in these weird planes of movement that just kind of shows up in odd ways once we get to the competition floor.
Well, Rhodes is through, and now he'll go back to the handstand pirouettes, and wrestlers just know how to suffer.
I was just gonna say that. Their mental toughness is by far the strongest of all athletes. Like, I really honestly think so.
I mean, compared to other sports, yeah, other sports you get tired, you get exhausted too.
Rhodes got away with one there. His right hand hit the line.
But there's only a few sports where when you're tired, there's still someone trying to beat you up.
He's got to watch his hands here. He really needs to be careful. So Rhodes is through 2 pirouettes. He's the only man out there. Magda is now halfway through his final set of rope climbs.
And Rhodes maybe burned a little high here. We've seen multiple athletes in the earlier heats really start to come apart on these second set of pirouettes, just because with that exhaustion, that neurological component, the coordination, the balance starts to go out the window.
One final pirouette remaining for Rhodes and one final rope climb remaining for Tudor Magda. And now Rhodes starting to have problems here.
That box is not very wide. So for larger athletes and men especially, they got to be a little bit quicker on the turnaround.
And Tudor just got another no rep. He didn't quite control his hands all the way down to the bottom. And, you know, it's tough to say, but this is where the execution piece starts to come into play. Remember in the first way down, that first set of 2 rope climbs, he had to do an extra one because he got no rep, maybe a little hasty in how he attacked that rope climb. And now he certainly could have used that rep back there as far as fatigue is concerned.
There's a fine line with legless rope climbs. Once you fail one, you're gonna have to sit there a little while to rest before your blood flows back through and you feel like you're ready to go again.
We just saw Jeremiah Bailey get through his first of 2 final rope climbs, and now in lane number 5, Daniel Coots is onto his hands.
Meanwhile, Justin Rhodes has spent almost 45 seconds resting, trying to get through this last pirouette.
He's made the turn now, he's got to get across, and he will. The Rhodes onto the rower. Daniel Coots is creeping up.
Oh, and Jeremiah Bailey down there in lane 10 just missed another legless rope climb. He didn't quite get his butt to the floor before he got below that red line.
Now Coots is across and moves into second place behind Justin Rhodes, and there is Jeremiah Bailey. And at this point, you can do nothing but rest, because you talk about, you know, no reps, one no rep being more costly than another. It's extremely costly here on the rope, and the amount of energy that you expend trying to get up there.
It can really be the difference maker. You just spend all that energy, and in Tudor Magda's case a few moments ago, he got all the way up and literally just had to move one hand below the line on the way down, and he lost his grip. All that energy for naught. That's the thing that doesn't show up on the leaderboard.
Well, Tudor Magda needed to kind of take some chances here, and it's not paying off for him as he is struggling on this final rope climb. That's CJ Gerald on the right side of your screen. He's on the handstand pirouettes. And Trayvon Benton in the black shirt going through his handstand pirouettes. And then down in lane 2, it's Matt Poulin. And in lane 1, Matt Brady. Well, Benton has gotten himself to the rower.
And it's tough because we've seen a handful of missed reps already, but this is a learning moment for someone like Tudor. Composure and trying to recollect yourself in a very unfortunate circumstance.
Well, Rhodes is off the rower. He's got 20 reps remaining here. The time to beat is 11 minutes, 20.29 seconds. So despite the fact that he struggled on the pirouettes, Rhodes has a chance to set the top time with 2 heats remaining.
And that time from Isaiah Vidal, 11:20, would have been 10th in the East. So Rhodes is tracking in a potential top 10 caliber time here.
Daniel Coots is off the rower as he will join Rhodes on the barbell. Trying to squat snatch that first rep, and now Coots gets to work at 185. Final 2 for Rhodes. And it wasn't the cleanest run, but it's the best one we've seen so far. 10:59.48 seconds as Magda and Bailey are stuck on the legless rope climbs.
And Tudor is finally done with that final rope climb.
You can see Bailey just shaking his head like, it's gone. I got no juice left. It's the worst feeling ever.
Well, Magda finally got through and is now on to the handstand pirouettes. And Coots is in. Magda able to get through his 3 handstand pirouettes. And now it's Jacob Marlowe and Traven Benton on their overhead squats. Here comes CJ Gerald on the right side.
Mr. Benton and his wife are expecting their first baby come October.
Congratulations to them. Benton is done with his first 10. Marlowe will start his second 10 at the far end of the floor. And then down to lane 1, that's Matt Brady stepping up to the barbell. Marlowe's done, and he will get across the finish line, and then some. Traven Benton with 1 rep to go.
Strong performance from 2 podium finishers at the Fittest Experience this past year. Getting some high-level competition experience on the individual level.
CJ Gerald is in. Well, Tudor Magda's on the rower now, and he's got less than 2 minutes to go to get through 500 meters and 20 overhead squats in order to get inside the time cap. Matt Brady just about done now. Trying to gut through this last rep, and he's dropping the barbell.
And that was some impressive fight from Matt Brady. His hands are all the way at the collars. That's going to put a little extra stress on the shoulders. He sacrificed stability for mobility there.
Matt Poulin is on his overhead squats.
You contrast Brady with Poulin in the background. Brady all the way at the collars. Poulin choosing a narrow grip overhead squat.
Matt Brady gets his final rep, and he is in with about 40 seconds remaining before we hit the time cap. And Tudor Magda's just reached his limit here. Now Matt Poulin is on his second set of 10. Final seconds, Magda just trying to get a couple more reps here. Well, Justin Rhodes with the new time to beat, 10:59.48 seconds, followed by Daniel Cooch and Jacob Marlowe. 2 heats remain here in test 6. 2 heats remain here in the second to last test for the men at their North America West semifinal from Pasadena, California. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez and a man who last week earned his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games, Noah Olson. Thanks so much for being here, man. How's it feel to just be a spectator and not out there on the competition floor this week?
It is my absolute pleasure to be here hanging with you guys. It feels good to be on the other side of things, especially having accomplished the goal last weekend. I get to just relax, observe, cheer on my friends, and watch some pretty cool fitness go down.
We're looking forward to getting your insight on a test that you did really well at last week in Orlando. Here are your overall standings coming in to test number 6. Vellner is your overall leader by 13 points over fellow Canadian Brent Fikowski. Right now, Mitchell Stevenson would be the last man in with 297 points, but it is tight for those final spots. Colton Mertens and Cole Sager, 2 guys looking to get into the top 9 over these next 2 tests. Test number 6. I don't know how many times I can say it, but it really doesn't start until you get to the rope climbs and the handstand push-ups.
Yeah, the overhead squats in the row are essentially a warm-up or a little bit of a buy-in, but then that turnaround point of the 3 handstand walk pirouettes into the legless rope climbs and strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups are really the crux, because you have to turn around, go back the way you came, and you have to save some juice in the tank.
Recipe for success is
execution and technique. We saw athletes struggle with the technique on the legless rope climbs and the technique on the handstand walk, and being able to execute that properly, and then shoulder fatigue. Save some for the way back, because we've seen some athletes come apart already.
10 men on the floor here for this 5th of 6 heats, and it's Colton Mertens and Cole Sager. They'll be right in the middle of the floor together. And these are guys who are trying to work their way inside the top 9. Now, Mertens comes in 11th place overall, 291 points, and does have a test victory under his belt.
And he has really had a seesaw weekend. You see some moments of brilliance, a first, a second, with some finishes outside of the top 30. So this is an opportunity for another top performance from him.
Now, Cole Sager is 21 points out of a qualifying spot. This is familiar territory for him. This guy is used to making comebacks on the final day.
And you think of it in 2 halves. You have 2 events today, just need to cut that deficit in half. Chip away a little bit, because 21 points is nothing for him.
And Cole is one of 3 men in these semifinals who is going for his 10th appearance. As we mentioned, Noah Olson just did it.
Guy.
Sager hoping to do it this week, and then Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson in week 3 in Europe, looking for his 10th straight trip.
I've got faith in Cole.
We are underway. You did extremely well at this test. What was it about the way that it laid out that was good for you?
Thank you. You know, I think the key to this workout, as you already mentioned, is being deliberate. And that was something that I reminded myself. There's no point in rushing here through these first 20 overhead squats. Saw Colton just miss the barbell there. That could play a factor, but he's got plenty of time to be able to make up for it in the middle of the workout.
And this was a little bit of a moment of refinement for you, because as you mentioned in your post-game after this test last week, you're used to coming out hot, but this one kind of forced you to pull back the reins a little bit.
That was very intentional. I had to remind myself and kind of pull back on the reins to make sure that I stayed smooth throughout and was able to just finish with a little bit more intensity, and it paid off.
Scott Tetlow was the first man to the rower, followed by Luis Oscar Mora and Colton Mertens, and Cole Sager right there as well.
When I tested this, I was rowing at a 150 per 500 meter pace, and ended up backing off all the way to like a 155 to 2-minute pace on game day. And I think there's no point in rushing that piece either.
When you got to this portion of the test, in these seated legless rope climbs, you obviously had an idea of how you wanted to feel. How was that? Exactly.
I think because that's a new movement, new standard for us, everybody was approaching it with a bit of apprehension. That's why you're likely to see people beating our times from week 1 here on week 2 and week 3, because of the familiarity that you'll get with how much time do I need to rest in between those seated legless rope climbs. I thought it was perhaps more than was necessary. I think in hindsight, I would have been able to push the pace a bit more there.
Guimayeros, sorry to say, Noah, beat your record. He is the record holder now in this test at 9:06.
If anyone was going to do it, I'm glad that it was a friend of mine all the way down in Brazil.
The seated legless rope climbs were supposed to show up last year at the games.
Correct.
How much did you practice those in the offseason?
Unfortunately, not much. Thankfully, that didn't show on the competition floor. And I will say, when we did practice, we were given the very vague, broad standard of seated legless rope climbs. We did it up to a 14-foot mark. And so when they announced that it was only to 12 feet, it felt easier than we had tested, which was nice.
See Cole Sager finishes throughout this competition on the screen. Still within striking distance of a spot inside the top 9 as Scott Tetlow is done first, and now it's on to the 3 handstand pirouettes, and now Cole Sager is going to be the next man off along with Mertens and Luis Oscar Mora. No rep for Luis Oscar Mora as Tetlow rests after his first.
You guys are more of the statisticians than I am. Do we know how well Cole needs to do in order to get himself in a qualifying position here, more or less?
Well, part of it is determining on, who the guy in front of him. You look at John Wood, Mitchell Stevenson, those guys are on the bubble, how they perform. Realistically, he needs to make up about 3 to 4 placings per event to do that. But you don't want to obviously leave anything to doubt on that final test.
Absolutely.
You want to build yourself a bit of a cushion.
Scott Tetlow and Luis Oscar Mora are onto the rope climbs, and down in lane 9, Chris Ibarra as well.
This could be a good test for Luis Oscar Mora. Last year at semifinals in Knoxville, his best event was the lifting event for the complex, but his second best was the legless rope climb. He absolutely blitzed that. But one thing to note, especially on the back end, he did have a missed rep on that test last year, a little execution mistake. So if he rushes it again, we've seen failed reps on this rope be very costly.
Mora and Tetlow, the first 2 men to the 20 strict wall-facing handstand push-ups, as this is the final rope climb in this opening set for Cole Sager, and he will move to the handstand push-ups.
It's interesting to see how the hang-up point for some is on the rope and for some is actually on the wall facing handstand push-ups. I'd imagine that gentlemen like Colton and Scott are going to be able to crank through the wall facing handstand push-ups, but maybe have a little bit of a tougher time with the pulling. Let's see.
Colton Mertens in lane 5 also onto the strict handstand push-ups, and he is ripping through these and threatening to overtake the lead here in this 5th of 6 heats. There's the cut line, and Mertens is just 6 points back of Mitchell Stevenson for that final spot.
Goes. Unbroken through 20.
I have to ask Nose, what does that feel like? Because my strict handstand push-ups have never looked even remotely close to that.
I don't know that mine look quite like that either, but it does feel good when you find your rhythm on something like that.
Mertens on his initial rope climb in this final set.
Needs a big finish here.
There goes Scott Tetlow as well on his first climb.
Cole looks like he's having a little bit of trouble on the wall, but just got those wrapped up.
So Cole Sager back to the rope. He is in 3rd place in this heat right now. He's on the far right side of the screen.
Seeing Cole kind of use that scissor kick, switching his hips height just to get a little bit of momentum.
Second rope climb for Scott Tetlow, second for Colton Mertens. These are your 2 leaders right now in the heat.
And Cole Sager's back up on his 2nd rep already. He took a really short break there. Maybe taking a little bit of a chance here on.
It's close. He's got to make that descent. Show control below the red tape at the bottom.
How tough was that descent for you? It's something that we haven't really seen before.
Sager makes it.
I didn't find it as difficult as I know some other athletes did, but the second pass of the handstand pirouettes here actually played a little bit more of a role in our weekend than I had anticipated it to. Will Morad was beating me to those and kicked up and had a little trouble, and I was able to pass him there. So we'll see if Cole can maybe make up some ground on Colton.
Scott Tetlow is your leader. It's Mertens in 2nd. He's in the middle of the floor. Luis Oscar Mora has been struggling on his pirouettes. He just got through the first one, and Cole Sager has yet to start.
It'd be very exciting to see a little race on these overhead squats. I don't think we've seen that yet. but it looks like that might happen here.
And no, this pirouette point about, athletes struggling and maybe making some opportunity. We've seen that in some of the earlier heats.
Absolutely.
Some leaders start to come apart and open up the door for someone who maybe saved their shoulders a little bit more on the front end.
Yep.
Tetlow is through, Mertens is through. They'll start their second 500-meter row. Luis Oscar Mora has one pirouette remaining, as does Cole Sager.
It's going to be fun to watch.
Tetlow and Mertens picking up where they left off in test number 2. Remember, they tied for the top score in that complex max burpee box jump over.
And here comes Cole Sager. Sorry, Tommy. Third man into the rower now is Cole Sager. The time to beat is 10:59.48 seconds.
I'm curious to see how range of motion plays a role on these final 20 overhead squats. Obviously, Colton and Scott have a bit of an advantage there, but Cole has an advantage on the rower.
What was the pace difference for you between this row and the first one?
Second row ended up being a little bit faster.
Really?
Because, yeah, I think you are toward the back half of the workout. You can kind of empty the tank, so to say, not having to worry about saving energy for the rest of it.
Well, Colton Mertens was trying to get a peek, I think, at Luis Oscar Mora's monitor.
The biggest danger points are past you at that point.
I believe so, yeah. There's not as much risk. Thankfully, I was in a position where I was able to have a little bit of fun with it during our region. I was on the row. I knew I had a significant lead over Will, was waving to my friends in the crowd and just enjoying it, kind of soaking in the moment. Don't get to do that very often.
Scott Tetlow on the left was the first man to the rower. Colton Mertens was second, and now Tetlow is in the final 100 meters.
As a competitor, I will say the new sliding boards that shows the progress of the other athletes in the heat was very helpful. That's how I was able to tell that I was ahead of Will on this workout, and now Cole can see how far behind he is Scott and Colton.
Mertens' judge's hand is in the air as well.
Tetlow's done.
Now Tetlow is out. He's got about a minute 30 before we hit that top time. Now Tetlow still very much in contention for a spot in the top 9, as here comes Colton Mertens. Tetlow 17th place overall, and he misses his first rep, and now it's Colton Mertens in the lead. Tetlow back to work.
Can Cole make up that ground?
Here comes Cole Sager. Mertens threw his first 10, no problem.
How much does a no rep in that moment affect your mindset?
Definitely very costly, especially with two other guys that you're racing. Kind of a moment of panic and disappointment. Looks like he was able to keep it together, but not enough so to catch him. Colton looks like he's going to wrap this one up.
Cole Sager is now moved to a tie, now into second place, although he misses his snatch. Mertens looks like he's going to set the new time to beat. He's got one rep remaining, and Colton Mertens will not go away. He is putting the pressure on that final heat and has the new top time. We're waiting for his official score, but no doubt he got inside of that score to beat.
We've got
and
a
now
race
a race
to the
finish.
finish.
Keep this one in mind.
Curious to see who edged who out on that one.
So Mertens has the top time. Sager edges out Tetlow by 7/100ths of a second.
Amazing effort from Cole to catch up after that missed rep on that second set of 10, trying to snatch it.
They each missed a rep there, which is interesting. It's worth the risk, you know. You have to go for it if you are pushing the pace so hard that you miss.
The top 4 times in this heat are now the top 4 times in the test, as Chris Ibarra is across.
How conscious of a decision is that? Is that just kind of a natural instinct? You see that opening, you go for it?
I think in these situations you have to. If you know that you're far enough behind in the points race, you got to take some risks. Sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't.
There's Phil Muscarella on his final set of 10 overhead squats. But Mertens now has the new mark to beat at 10 minutes, 10.17 seconds.
The fact that there's not a very wide gap between their times means that the later heat may not be as significant.
Muscarella is across. 11:49.47 seconds for him. And now Max Krieg on his final set of overhead squats. Now Will Bennett is the man going through his handstand pirouettes back there.
As an athlete, it is tough. I've been in that position before where a majority of the field is finished and you've still got a good ways to go. It's hard not to feel defeated and to keep pushing, but you got to do it.
2.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
I can only imagine what's going through Cole and Colton's minds right now, trying to play the mental leaderboard game.
Well, we've talked about the disadvantage of being, in an earlier heat, not getting to go with the top dogs. But I think in this instance, at least having someone like Colton and Scott to pull you along.
Absolutely.
Kind of a blessing in disguise being in that earlier heat.
I think so. That's the position that I was fortunate enough to be in last weekend with Will Morad right by my side. Kind of had him to pace off of, and definitely very helpful.
Well, Sager and Mertens are definitely putting the pressure on the legs of John Wood, Mitchell Stevenson, and Jack Rosema, who will be going in the final heat. Those are the guys who sit 9th, 8th, and 7th place, or pardon me, 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th place. Justin Madera sits in 7th with 330 points. He still has some work to do to make sure he's safe.
I have a feeling that Medeiros will do quite well on this test.
Krieg has 5 reps remaining. Will Bennett's on the rower. And Cole Sager is out there cheering everybody on, as he always does.
And Krieg's had a couple of nice finishes this weekend so far. Coming off his best finish last night.
That's Justin Dewing in lane 1, who's trying to get through his final set of handstand pirouettes. And he will do it.
It's also tough to be in that position where you know the time cap and you know you're not going to finish the workout, but just try to get through as much of it as you can.
Cole Sager getting the crowd behind Max Krieg.
He's got an opportunity to get it done. 30 seconds to go.
He's got 1.
Still 1 to go.
I think it's 1 or 2 reps remaining. It looks like 1 rep for Max Krieg and less than 20 seconds to go here. Will Bennett is behind him, just trying to get as many reps as he can. 10 seconds for Max Krieg. He's got to get 1 rep here.
Oof.
I don't know if he's going to have time. We'll see. Not able to make it, but a great effort from Max Krieg. It's Colton Mertens and Cole Sager keeping things interesting with 1 heat remaining in test 6.
And early on, we had a pretty close race until we got to the wall-facing handstand push-ups, and Colton Merton, like a human piston, just ripped through his set of 20. He was neck and neck with Scott Tetlow through this second set of pirouettes. They got to the rower at about the same time. They got off the rower at about the same time. But Tetlow, costly no rep on the first set of his overhead squats, and that's when Mertens took control. Able to get through all 20 in unbroken sets. No problem for him and setting the time to beat, but the race for second could factor in huge. Look at Cole Sager, the far side of your screen, beats Tetlow to the line. For someone that's on the bubble, that is huge.
Well, 1 heat remains. Noah, thanks so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to being a fan and taking pictures and signing autographs like you're so good at doing. We appreciate you stopping by, man.
My pleasure. Excited to watch this final heat go down.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you in Madison, man. Congratulations.
Thank
again.
you, guys.
We are down to the final heat of test number 6 here, the second to last test of the individual competition. at the North America West Semifinal from the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland, along with Tommy Marquez and 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacy Tovar, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Standings coming into this one, the top 9 men advance to Madison, Wisconsin to compete in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. And right now, Mitchell Stevenson is hanging on to that 9th and final spot by just 3 points over John Wood. And we saw Colton Mertens and Cole Sager put some pressure on the guys in spots 8, 9, and 10 in heat number 5. Test number 6, it's all about the legless rope climbs and the wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Yeah, obviously, you want to be prudent through these overhead squats in the 500-meter row on the way down, but then the pirouettes, seated legless rope climbs, strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups are really when people start to separate, because then you got to turn around, go back the way you came.
Recipe for success here.
I think it's holding true so far. Execution and technique, especially on the high-skill gymnastics, can save you a lot of worry and then mitigate shoulder fatigue. We've seen people come undone on the pirouettes, the overhead squats. A lot of that over time that they burned in too hot.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Nikki?
Yeah, this has become a pretty perilous area for the pirouettes here, especially on the back half of this test that we've seen with the guys. Now, just as a reminder of how we got here, we started with handstand push-ups back at the games in 2011. Since then, we've added obstacles, parallettes, we've seen freestanding handstand push-ups, and then last year at the games was the first time we saw pirouettes. Never before seen at this stage of competition, but if the athletes have been paying attention, they probably knew it was coming.
Here are the 10 men who will be in this 6th and final heat. Justin Medeiros will be in lane number 2. And Tommy, he's been, I don't want to say fading, but his performances have gotten worse throughout the competition.
He's gotten worse on each subsequent test. Hasn't looked like the champion we're used to seeing on the competition floor, but you know what? Don't doubt him.
And Justin Medeiros in 7th place overall with 331 points. John Wood is down in lane number 10. This is the first man on the wrong side of that cut line. He's only 3 points back of Mitchell Stevenson. Justin Medeiros is the first man done with his first set of 10. So he is attacking right now.
And Wood coming off his worst finish last night, a 41st place finish in test number 5. So, maybe looking to rebound a little bit and get himself back into a qualifying position.
There's Justin's family cheering on Justin, who's the first man to the rower. Here comes Sam Quant. And Jack Rosem at the far end of the floor. And now everybody else getting started on his 500-meter row, as John Wood will be the last man in.
I like seeing Justin push the pace a little bit today. That's the Justin I'm used to.
You can just see the look of focus on his face. Obviously, he doesn't like being anywhere but the top and unfamiliar territory, especially at a semifinal level here. He hasn't been inside the top 3 at any point this weekend. That's unheard of for a guy that hasn't lost in live competition for 2 seasons.
Ice Barrel is giving the CrossFit community $300 off an Ice Barrel with code CrossFit Semi, CF Semi. Visit icebarrel.com to redeem yours and strengthen your immune system, improve circulation, and boost mental clarity and focus. After these 500 meters on the rower, it's the 3 handstand pirouettes. And then things get interesting as we get to the rope climbs and the wall-facing handstand push-ups. So Brent Fikowski's moved into 3rd place behind Medeiros and Quant. And Brent Fikowski has, I think, moved ahead of these 2 guys on this portion of the test. So Fikowski, your leader, comes in 2nd place overall. He went 2nd in test 4 and 2nd in test 5.
Impressive. I mean, despite all that, the margins are still close. I mean, you see Justin, we talk about how unfamiliar it is for him to be in 7th, but a couple of good events here, he can work his way back up into the top 5. Especially with the volatility we've seen on the final day from the first week.
All judges' hands in the air, and it's going to be Sam Quant and Justin Medeiros, the first 2 men out. Now here come Cole Griesaber and Brent Fikowski, along with Nick Matthew. And every athlete immediately onto the pirouettes.
difference between this first set and the last set is just tremendous.
Night and day, and I know most of these guys are probably in attack mode and they want to hit this unbroken, but whether or not that's a good decision will be decided on the back end.
Well, Grisaber and Medeiros were done first. Medeiros is already on his first legless rope climb, and that was no problem for him. Vellner and Fikowski onto the rope climbs, as is Sam Kwan in lane 3 and Chandler Smith. This is rep number 2 for Medeiros. And that's, I think, some of the fastest 2 rope climbs we have seen in any semifinal yet. He is on to the wall-facing handstand push-ups along with Pat Vellner, who's moved into second. Now Fikowski is done, and he'll head to the handstand push-up wall. And here comes Sam Quant. 10 minutes, 10.17 seconds, the time to beat from Colton Mertens in heat number 5.
Nick Matthew also in lane 8, just kind of touched the floor, gave a quick little shake, and was right back up the rope. Now joining them on the wall as well.
And this was another event that Nick Matthew, when we talked to him beforehand, said, I'm really excited to showcase some skills here. Obviously, he won the skill speed medley at the games. That was kind of his introduction to the community, so definitely has some high-level gymnastics capabilities.
So Justin Medeiros now has 5 reps remaining.
Strategic break is smart there.
And as far as the race for the top spot on the overall leaderboard is concerned, this could be a very big moment for both Vellner and Fikowski, as now Medeiros is done and he will go back to the rope. And Vellner is finished and he scoots right over to get started on his legless rope climbs.
Vellner was the second to last off the rope, so I think he strategized that in a way. He's going to pace this sucker out and fly through the back end.
Well, Vellner's so good with the gymnastics movements. He knows that, you know, his background as a gymnast will give him a little bit of an advantage, especially under fatigue on the way back with those pirouettes.
This is the last rope climb for Justin Medeiros and the last rope climb for Pat Vellner.
And that's smart. Look at how the rope was on the outside of Justin Medeiros' leg. That was the original standard at the games. It's not the standard here, but just to avoid the possibility of the leg clamp, puts the rope on the outside just to make sure he's going to get that rep.
Onto the handstand pirouette, Justin Medeiros looking for his first test win of this competition. Has 1 remaining. Vellner is on his first. And now onto the 500-meter row, and Justin Medeiros is just demolishing this test right now.
He looks like a man possessed. Regardless of how the weekend has gone so far, this, you know, there are opportunities to remind people, hey, I'm still the champion.
Here comes Vellner. He'll take a break before his 3rd and final pirouette. Now Fikowski is done in the background, and he'll get to work on his handstand pirouettes. Sam Quant done as well. Vellner got really close to that line, and now failing. Nick Matthews starting to creep up as well. He's on the top of the screen there. And here comes Sam Quant. So Vellner with another missed rep as Justin Medeiros continues to run away with this thing.
And no need to rush here for Pat. He can take an extra break a little bit longer. We've seen in the past whether it was Wadapalooza with the overhead squats in the first event.
And now his hand there, he hit the line, he got the no rep.
Yeah, this is dangerous territory because we've seen in competition shoulder fatigue over time catch up with them, whether it was the sprint shoulder to overhead event at the games last year or the overhead squats at Wadapalooza.
Sam Quant is now onto the rower in second place as Vellner continues to fail here. Fikowski has passed him as well. And Nick Matthew is about to do the same.
Guys, and Vellner is a gymnast. This puts this test in perspective. Right here is where it's won.
And now Vellner's through. He'll be the 4th man to the rower along with Nick Matthew there on the far right side of your screen as Medeiros is in the final 100 meters. Time to beat 10 minutes, 10.17 seconds, but maybe not for long.
And honestly, based on how the last rep for Vellner looked, it didn't look like as much of a capacity thing as more of maybe he's rushing the pace a little bit.
Justin Medeiros onto the barbell.
We may potentially see a world record here set, guys.
Guimayeros did this in 9:06 earlier in the day. As we take a look at the standings, Justin trying to give himself some more breathing room as far as the cut line is concerned. Two best times we've seen so far, and Justin Medeiros is through 10 and will move on to his second barbell.
See his family made the trip down from Acampo, California up north. Short drive for them.
Justin Medeiros is going to reverse the negative trend in a big way. Do not make this man angry. You will not like him when he is angry. And Justin Medeiros takes Heat 6 and sets an event record.
And that's the Justin Medeiros we're used to seeing. Head down, pushing through adversity.
Sam Quant looking to lock up second place, not only in this heat, but also in this test. 8:55.89 seconds for Justin Medeiros. Quant is through his first 10. Brent Fikowski is onto the barbell in third place in this heat right now as Pat Vellner puts on his belt. Final 5 reps for Quant, left side of your screen. And Sam Quant is in, and he will take second place in the test and lock up 97 points. And now Fikowski looking to come across the finish line. If he hurries, he can get inside of that 10:10 mark. And he may have done it. It's going to be close.
And Vellner over here creeping a little bit ahead of Nick Matthew now.
Well, Mertens is going to wind up in third place. That's big for Colton because Fikowski did not beat his time. Fikowski now fourth place in the test as Nick Matthew and Pat Vellner are closing out their overhead squats.
And this is huge for Cole Sager. He came in at 10:32, so now these are other athletes that are going to fit in between him and Mitchell Stevenson, who's just finishing his first set of overhead squats.
So Vellner and Matthew are now done. And Mitchell Stevenson, as you mentioned, Tommy, just put the barbell down and will move to his second set of 10. As Cole Griesaber looks to be the next man across. And Chandler Smith is on his final set of 10. Mitchell Stevenson just missed his first rep. Griesaber is across. Mitchell Stevenson in the background now having problems getting that barbell stabilized as Chandler Smith has just one rep remaining and he will get across the finish line. Stevenson missing another rep now, so Chandler Smith takes 14th in this test. Sager right now is in 5th.
We mentioned 21 points was the gap for Cole Sager coming in. He may make that up in just this test alone.
And Colton Mertens could find himself inside the top 9 as well. The final rep for Stevenson. And he's gonna miss that one. So Mitchell Stevenson right now is in danger of falling out of that final qualifying spot. The good news for him, John Wood is still out there on the rower with Jack Rozema.
Between Rozema and Stevenson, that's two athletes inside the cut line right now that are looking like they may fall out heading into the finale.
Now Wood and Stevenson may be out, and Sager and Mertens may be in, but Mitchell Stevenson is running into a wall here.
And he keeps trying to snatch that weight. I mean, this is an opportunity to make an adjustment on the fly. Clean it up, get it behind you, get it overhead. All that matters is that last rep. Doesn't matter how you do it.
Once again, trying to snatch. And Stevenson is hemorrhaging points right now. Sam Kwan just, was that chalk he chucked at him? I don't know. Trying to help him out a little. And that's the final rep from Stevenson. He's across, and that, waiting on his final time. But we know it's going to be below 14th. Now Rosema and Wood are getting set to finish. Still don't have a time on Stevenson. Stevenson, 13:36.06 seconds. That's 20 seconds in the test. Cole Sager and Colton Mertens look to move inside the top 9 and maybe even up a little higher. So less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap. Jack Rosema's in. Rosema 8th place, so he's in danger of maybe falling outside of the top 9 as well.
Rosema was only 26 points clear of Cole Sager, so there was a few athletes that were within his sights, including John Wood.
"20 seconds left for John Wood, and now he's running into problems on his final couple reps.
And you got to applaud the effort from John, really fighting for that last rep.
And Wood is across inside that 15-minute time cap. And Justin Medeiros, who had been trending the wrong way, fixes that big time. 8:55.89 seconds, a test record, and 100 points.
And the first person to go sub-9, and from the outset, it looked like Justin was on a mission. No hesitation to go unbroken through the first set of handstand pirouettes. Started to separate at the strict wall-facing handstand push-ups, ripped through these rope climbs, and really, it was all gas, no brakes from the outset for Justin Medeiros. We saw him going in the wrong direction with each test, and really needed to bounce back, just maybe for moral, if anything else, you know, and seeing him come off the rower, no hesitation back to the barbell. The top time from Guy that was set earlier this weekend was in his sights, and a test record for the champ, even if he doesn't get the top spot overall at the end of the weekend, is something to write home with.
Justin Medeiros picks up his first win of the competition. Sam Quat's going to take second. Colton Mertens, his time good enough for third. That's really going to help him. And Cole Sager winds up in 5th as he looks to pull off yet another comeback. But Nikki Brazier with the man who sets the test record, Justin Medeiros.
Justin, you looked like there was a serious fire in your belly throughout that entire test. How much does the leaderboard affect your mindset going into the final day of competition?
Yeah, no, I think I'm always aware of the leaderboard. I think it's just always hard to see when I feel like the leaderboard doesn't reflect my fitness. I know I'm fit this year. I've been working on things that I want, but when it's not characterized on the leaderboard, it stings a little. So coming out here in the final day, it was just about doing what I know I could do. This kind of felt good to have that on that workout.
How do you battle that mentally? Because it's so much more than just your body and what it can do. It's what your mind has to do as well throughout the entire competition.
Yeah, man. I mean, it just starts with the team I have around me, my family, friends. I mean, you guys know my support group. They're always up in the stands going hard. And just the coaching team and athletes that we have here, it's unbeatable, man. The highs are never that high and the lows are never that low. And just knowing that I'm going to go out there and give my best every single workout, it allows me to keep a clear headspace throughout the weekend.
One more test. What do you have to do to execute?
Man, I think just kind of coming off this workout, just doing what I know I can. It's the last workout of the weekend. I mean, full send, you know?
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, thank you, everybody.
Well, the champ is here, and he looked great in that last test. One test remains for the individuals. We're going to take a break. When we come back, light coverage for the first 3 heats of the women. We'll return for heat number 4. So stay with us here in Pasadena, California.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West Semifinal is brought to you by GoWAD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And the U.S. Army. Be all that you can be.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it.
Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she going to do it and what's that going to look like? I don't think it's going to look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0. Oh no. And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's now.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone.
Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath.
He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it.
Here we go, individual test 7. 3 rounds for time, 10 calories on the bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry.
Joshua G, it's gonna go and it's gonna go fast. That has a 6-minute time cap. Like you said, 3 rounds for time, 10 calories on the bag, 20 toe to bar, 60-foot sandbag, bear hug carry, 150 pounds on that sandbag. We've got our leader in lane number 9. It's Maddie Edwards out of CrossFit Activate. She is followed by 4 other athletes. This is round 1 of 3.
Lane number 9, the first one on to the Rogue rig as she chips away at those toes to bar. Less than 5 reps to go for lane number 9, and Natalie Jennings. Jennings with 1 more rep to go, and she will make her way to that sandbag. Natalie picking up that sandbag as she carries it across the floor. 150 pounds as Natalie Jennings gets it across that line. She'll make her way back to the ring. Natalie Jennings, your first athlete back, with Carly Stone in second. Lane number 2, Amber Takara in third. A 6-minute cap. Our athletes trying to get this done in under 6 minutes as this one, test 7, a fast and furious event.
You're right about that, Joshua G. Natalie Jennings from CrossFit Up. Over there in lane number 9 with her judge's hand in the air. She is leading. Here she comes again, Natalie Jennings from CrossFit Up. Into another set of 20 toe to bar.
Jennings all by herself on the Rogue rig. Round number 2, working on those 20 toes to bar. Here comes Carly. Carly Stone in second. Quick break for Natalie Jennings as Carly Stone going right back to work. Less than 4 reps to go for Natalie Jennings, lane number 9. She's gonna make her way across that arena floor. Let's make some noise for Natalie Jennings. Jennings approaching that sandbag for the second time.
Jennings making moves, looking to wrap up this second round of 3. We are 3 minutes in, less than 3 minutes to go.
Jennings on that third and final round, currently sitting pretty in first place.
Carly Stone trying to chase down Jennings. It is 1 Jennings, 2 Stone.
We are at 3.5 minutes. Natalie Jennings looking to finish here.
Leading in lane number 9. We've been saying her name all heat long. That is Jennings in her final round.
Natalie Jennings all by herself on that rig.
Jennings with 5 more reps to go. Carly Stone trying to catch her, as is lane number 7, Davis Merrill.
Pasadena, give it up for the last time as Natalie Jennings finishes heat number 1 first.
1 minute. With less than a minute to go, these athletes are working out their final reps. Davis Merrill in lane number 7.
Give it up for lane number 7, Davis Merrill.
It's a foot race, but lane number 3, Hannah Mrochik.
And lane number 8, Anna Martinez. Carly Stone crossing that finish line.
Savannah Averett is done. Diving to the finish in lane number 2, Amber Takara. 3, 2, 1, time.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Natalie Jennings completing heat number 1 first.
Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2 on deck. This is the last and final time these athletes will take the floor. Let's cheer them on as they work on 3 rounds of 10 calories on the bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. Already lane number 10, Ashley Walden making moves. But here comes the rest of the pack, including Allison Scuds in lane 4. Lane 6, Claire Truax moving quickly, as is Tomlinson and Wolf. Two more reps to go for Walden. Walden off of the rig as she makes their way, but there goes Scuds. Scuds and Mooseburger. It'll be Mooseburger getting back to the line first. It is Scuds, Mooseburger, and Walden, your 1, 2, and 3s.
Minute and a half in, Jen over in lane number 1, Jen Ryan making her way back to that rig, trying to chase lane number 3. All these athletes digging in for that second round, 10 calories on that bike.
Scuds with just a few more calories to go over there in lane number 4. She's hopping off of that Echo bike at the same time as Freya Mooseburger. Freya up onto the rig as she's working on that second set of toes to bar.
Mooseburger and Scuds. Here comes lane number 8, Thomason. So it is 1 Mooseburger, 2 Scuds, 3 Thomason. But just like that, you've got other athletes to their left and right. This is the final test of fitness here for the North America West semifinal.
Freya means business as she makes her way back to the sandbag. Here comes Scuds. Scuds chasing down Freya. Freya with that bear hug around that sandbag, trying to finish up round number 2 so she could sprint round number 3 as we hit the halfway marker. Athletes, you have 3 minutes. 3 minutes remaining.
Moving into that third and final round, Joshie G.
Scuds and Freya finishing up their third and final round on the bike.
With less than 2.5 minutes remaining, Mooseburger jumping and going to work. Here comes Allison Scuds, 1 Mooseburger, 2 Scuds, and lane number 8. Allie Thomason out of CrossFit Fringe, working on those 20 toe to bar. Mooseburger drops. Is it enough for Scuds to take the lead in lane number 4? A hand in the air for Mooseburger, a hand in the air for Scuds.
It is going to be a true race to the finish. Mooseburger holding on strong. Freya eyeing that finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Freya Mooseburger.
Allison Scuds. There we go, lane number 6, Claire Truax. Claire Truax, ladies and gentlemen.
Same goes for Thomason. Thomason getting into that end zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, CrossFit Invictus' very own Jen Ryan.
Ashley Walden, ladies and gentlemen.
Samantha Petrich getting in there right before her.
Carson Wolf.
We have 30 seconds. $15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Big round of applause to these athletes. Big shout out to Freya Moosberger, finishing heat number 2 first.
Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 3 underway. No time to just take it easy. This is your last event of the day, the last test of the day for these athletes. As you can see, some judges' hand in the air. These athletes putting the pedal to the metal for the last time. Lane number 8, Haskins. And lane number 2, Emily Muir. The first 2 athletes over to the rogue rig. Our athletes working hard here as they chip away at this event. 20 toes to bar on the menu. Waiting patiently for them, a sandbag, 150 pounds. They're gonna carry that sandbag 60 feet in that bear hug position. 2 athletes already at their sandbag.
It looks like we got our first athlete over in lane number 8, I believe. Amy Hosking, and lane number 2, Emily Muir. Here comes China Cho at the same time as Rachel Noel.
Hosking and lane number 2, Emily Muir. Amy Hosking in lane 8. Emily Muir in lane 2. Those are your 1 and 2s. Hosking flying through this second set of 10 calories on that Rogue Echo bike as we approach 2 minutes.
There we go, at that 2-minute marker. Our leader in lane number 8, Amy Hosking, followed by lane number 3, Rachel Noel and Emily Muir. Here comes China Cho in lane number 4.
We are at the 2.5-minute mark as Amy Hoskins and Emily Muir. Muir with 5 more reps to go. Hosking with 4 more, but it is China Cho.
You know, China Cho. I said it before, I'll say it again. She's already headed to the games as a Masters athlete, but here she is throwing down side by side with our other athletes here on the semifinal competition floor. China Cho.
China Cho representing here on that 3rd and final round. Can she hold on? Can the savvy veteran take first place in her heat? Tons of experience. China Cho knows what it takes to dig deep. 3.5 minutes on the clock as China Cho looks to hold on to that lead.
Lane number 3 coming out, that is Rachel Noel. Here comes China Cho. Noel in lane number 3, Cho in lane number 4. China's got a little bit of a faster pace on those toe-to-bar. Lane number 10, Kelly Clark. Noel drops, China goes. A hand in the air for lane number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to get loud and proud for China Cho! Let's go, Cho! She's coming down the line, hugging that sandbag. Ladies and gentlemen, you know China Cho! Going out with the bang, girl. I love it.
Next up, Allison Weiss and lane number 10, Kelly Clark.
Lanes 3 and 7, Noel and Swindle around the same time. Less than 1 minute to go. Lane number 5, Toya Nelson is done. Athletes, you've got 30 seconds. Here comes lane number 1, Natea Flores.
And Madison Drader getting into that end zone with 20 seconds remaining.
15 seconds.
Hosking getting it done.
10 seconds.
You're getting it done. 3, 2, 1. That is it.
A big round of applause. And how about that China Cho?
Three heats remain before we find out the identities of the 10 women who will be heading from Pasadena to Madison, Wisconsin to compete in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacey Tovar, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Overall standings after 6 tests, Chloe Wilson hanging on to that 10th and final spot. She has 360 points. She has an 11-point cushion on Danny Spiegel, who currently sits in 11th place. Test number 7, pretty much all gas and no brakes here.
3 rounds for time, 10 calories on the assault on the Echo bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry, 150 pounds in that bag.
Couldn't be simpler. What's the recipe for success?
You know, we have to toe the line. We got to move with a sense of urgency, but have no errors, no sandbag shenanigans, and no missed toes to bar.
I've already seen a couple wipeouts of that sandbag there late as athletes have been battling for position at the end. Here are the 10 women who will be in this 4th of 6 heats. In lane 6, Rebecca Fuselier, and she's going to be okay on the first 2 movements, but that sandbag might pose a problem for her.
Yeah, she claims, you know, she's Rebecca Strong, and I believe that. I believe in her. She just has to pick it up, get it high up on her chest, and walk across the floor.
We are underway. We showed you the standings earlier. This is how big of an effect that this test can have on the overall standings. Spots 11 through 24 are all still mathematically alive.
Anybody's game.
4 minutes, 28.09 seconds from Freya Moosbrugger is your top time. Did that in heat number 2. 10 calories on the bike here, and then it's the 20 toes to bar. And just about every athlete done at the same time here.
This first round here is really about transitions. It's about getting off to a great start. Everyone appeared to get off the Echo bike there right around the same time. They're going to go unbroken on these toes to bar. They're going to breathe through this.
Leah Miller in lane 7, along with Rebecca Fuselier, will be the first 2 off. And then in lanes 3 and 4, it's Trista Smith and Chelsea Nicholas. And Fuselier doing pretty well with that bag, but here comes Leah Miller to take the lead, and they will now make the return trip to start round 2. And in lane 4, Chelsea Nicholas is in 3rd place.
Yeah, Leah just has maybe an inch or 2 over Rebecca, and that arm span really helps get that grip around that sandbag. These are not 10 easy calories on the Echo bike. Their heart rate is through the roof, and the RPMs are well above 70.
Leaders on the right side, and then lanes 3 and 4, Trista Smith on the far left and Chelsea Nicholas there on the right in the army green.
You can see these girls pushing and pulling, driving the handlebars forward, driving down into the pedals.
Miller off first, followed by Fuselier, Trista Smith.
Now here's where I expect to see Rebecca push the pace a little bit. She's got that gymnast. She's a little bit smaller in stature, even though she is Becca strong. I'm all about that. She can hang on this bar, and she should. She should totally use her size to the advantage here.
Chelsea Nicholas is also towards the front here, so 5 reps remaining for Fuselier on the second set of 3 of 20 toes to bar. Miller's going to be off first.
Charging down the floor, transitions are key.
She will pick up that 150-pound sandbag and work her way back down the floor. Now in lane 3, here's Trista Smith picking up the sandbag. And Madison McElhaney in lane 2 now moving into the top 4. So Miller's done with 2 rounds. Fuselier is done, and doing a great job so far is Rebecca Fuselier.
Yeah, she got right on that bike and got right back to work. It's nice to have somebody in your lane next door who is setting the pace for you. You know, don't lose sight of that person.
Trista Smith and Madison McElhaney were behind Miller and Fuselier getting back to the bike. And Chelsea Nicholas on the right side of your screen is also towards the front here. Judges' hands in the air for Fuselier and Miller as they close out this final 10-calorie bike. And Miller once again is off first. Time to beat is 4:28.09 seconds.
She's got to hang on here if she wants a shot at this.
Here comes Rebecca Fuselier. Trista Smith is off, far into the floor, along with Madison McElhaney in the all black on the far left side of the screen.
Yeah, Miller looking comfortable there. She's only got a couple more reps. She just needs to hang on. That sandbag is no problem for her at all.
Final sandbag carry for Leah Miller. Doesn't look like she's going to get Moosbrugger's time, but she can slide into second place here. And she is across, and Miller is in.
And I think she might have even got China Cho in the previous heat by just maybe a second or 2.
Right now, Miller's time good enough for 3rd place in the test at 4:32.78 as she gets in just behind Allison Scuds. Fuselier is in at 4:39.20 seconds. And now in lane 3, here comes Trista Smith.
Just get across that line and finish, finish, finish.
She steps on the finish mat. And now Madison McElhaney is just about done. McElhaney is in. Trista Smith is going to finish 13th right now in the test. And down in lane 8, Gabrielle Spence is in. And Addison Balderson coming across the finish line. Here's Chelsea Nicholas.
My age group qualifier right there. Shout out to my Masters athletes.
Maddie Edwards working her way back down the floor for the final time, as is Marissa Flowers in lane number 1. This one's going to be close, and it's going to be Edwards edging out Flowers there at the end. And now in lane 10, here's Hannah Hall. And that will do it. It's Aaliyah Miller finishing up strong with a heat win. Right now, 3rd place in the test, 4 minutes, 32.78 seconds.
Second round, she took it out on the toes to bar. Pushed through that whole second round well ahead of everyone. Came off the bike ahead of everyone.
And then this is where you really wondered if she was going to be able to hang on.
She did. It was super impressive. She looked totally relaxed and was in total control of the game here. One last strap in, grabbed, and away she went.
Aaliyah Miller misses 2nd place by 0.6 of a second as Allison Scud still has the 2nd best time. But a great result for Aaliyah Miller, 4:32.78 seconds with 2 heats left. Fourth and final day of competition here. The North America West semifinal continues. We have 2 heats remaining here in the last test for the women. I'm Sean Woodland with 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacy Tovar. We have Nikki Brazier down on the competition floor. Here are the overall standings coming in to this final test. Chloe Wilson has the 10th and final ticket to the CrossFit Games with 360 points, but both Danny Spiegel and Hannah Black are close. They're only 11 and 18 points out respectively, and Emily White is just 31 points back. Bailey Rail is 36 points back. So plenty to be decided here in test number 7.
Test number 7, 3 rounds for time. 10 calories on the Echo Bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. There's 150 pounds in that bag.
What's the recipe for success here?
First of all, we want to toe the line. We want to move with a sense of urgency. However, we cannot have any sandbag shenanigans, nor can we have any missed toes to bar.
Here are the 10 women who will be on the floor, and all of them are mathematically still alive here. And in lanes 5 and 6, once again, Danny Spiegel in 11th place overall coming in, just 11 points out. Next to her is Hannah Black in that white t-shirt. She is only 18 points back.
I don't know about you, Sean, but this music has got me getting some goosebumps here. We got ourselves a show, folks.
It only took nearly 4 days, but finally someone played a good song. Meanwhile, Lauren Fisher's down in lane number 4. She is still alive.
Only 28 points out, Sean.
The 1 heat remains after this. Here we go. 10 calories on the Echo Bike. Time to beat is 4 minutes 32. Pardon me, 4 minutes 28.09 seconds from Freya Moosbrugger, who put that up in heat number 2.
These first 10 calories matter. You need to get out hot and kind of, like I said, toe the line, red line a little bit this entire minute. You're looking at 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes max here in this test 7.
Danny Spiegel looks to be the first woman off, and she is, along with Emily White. And then down in lane number 9, Stacy Larum and Sydney Mikulishin.
I fully expect Spiegel to go full throttle here. She knows she needs what she needs to do. She's 11 points out. She's well aware of what she's got to do and how she needs to go.
All the athletes on their first set of 20 toes to bar here. And Hannah Black already taking a break. Spiegel continues to work. She has 4 reps remaining.
Take a look at lane 5 there. Danielle Spiegel's got a narrow grip, trying to relax his shoulders a little bit.
Spiegel's off along with Emily White, Stacy Larum, and Sydney Mikulishin. And it's Emily White out front with Spiegel and Carissa Stapp at the bottom of your screen, tied for second, along with Stacy Larum in lane 9. So this one's close now, going into round 2.
Transitions matter here. You'll see every single lady sprinting back down the floor.
Now, Emily White is one of those athletes who still has a chance here, only 31 points back of Chloe Wilson.
You can tell she knows where she's at on that leaderboard as well. It'll be interesting. Hannah White there in the middle, and the white, she broke up her toes to bar early on. She also has a little bit of a wider grip compared to all the athletes out there. For whatever reason on toes to bar, when you have a narrower grip, it does tend to save your grip and shoulders a little bit more.
Emily White off first, along with Stacy Larum
Here comes
in lane
Bailey.
9. Bailey Rail in lane 3, and Spiegel now is the 6th woman to the bar. Carissa Stapp down in lane 1, the far left side of your screen, was there ahead of Spiegel as well. So 20 more toes to bar.
She's bringing the heat. White kind of fluttering at the last second to get her toes up to the bar there in lane 6. Bailey Rail looks so relaxed on that toe to bar. She's just pulled ahead now. You can just see it.
First woman off, along with Emily White and Carissa Stapp. Here comes Danny Spiegel and Stacy Larum. And now Sydney Mikulishin is off as well. Emily White leads the way on the second of 3 sandbag carries. Bailey Rail behind her in second. And down in lane 1, there's Carissa Stapp, tied with Danny Spiegel. And it looks like in lane 9, Stacy Larum pulling ahead of the 2 of them. So Emily White only 31 points back to start, trying to track down the top time of 4:28.09 seconds.
Bailey putting down the heat here on the Echo Bike. You can tell she's pushing and pulling with those handlebars, driving into the pedals.
And Bailey Rail is only 36 points out.
She's moving some calories here. Hands already in the air for Bailey Rail, lane 3.
There are the test records. Emma Carey had the fastest time last week, 4:05.25 seconds. Rail is off all by herself. Now here comes Emily White. Danny Spiegel has 1 calorie remaining. Larum is on to the pull-up bar. Here comes Spiegel along with Carissa Stapp down in lane number 1, far side of the floor.
Spiegel can't drop here. White can't drop here. Bailey's leading the pack. Oh, and White just drops for a quick shake. She's got to hop right back up.
Rail has yet to break. She's in her final 5, now 4. Bailey Rail is done. She's got to hurry. 4:28.09 seconds. That's the time to beat.
And Spiegel breaks. Spiegel drops.
Spiegel's off. Here comes Bailey Rail.
White drops again.
Rail is off, and Rail has the top time and a good chance. Now here comes Danny Spiegel. Emily White
right
onto the bag. Spiegel looking to lock up second. White has tripped and dropped the bag.
Spiegel hanging on for dear life.
Spiegel is in. And Emily White has now dropped behind Mikulishin, Stapp, and Larum. And all of them, along with Lauren Fisher, are across.
Oh my goodness. Emily White, 3 steps in. She's punching the floor here down at the finish line. The judge called her back to start over.
Hannah Black is across. And now in lane 10, that's Zoe Warren. So Bailey Rail now has the top time at 4:26.14 seconds. Only 36 points out coming in. Danny Spiegel will finish second in the heat, but 13 seconds back of Rail. That's the difference between first and 7th right now in the test. So Danny Spiegel's gonna need to get some help in the final heat.
She does, and every second matters here.
Carissa Stapp takes 3rd in the heat. Laram and then Mikulishin after that. But Emily White looked like she was flirting with a heat win, but then ran into some trouble there on the sandbag. But Bailey Rail consistent throughout.
She did. She pulled ahead here. She just flew off those toes to bar. She floated in the air, literally. It was off the toes to bar first. Has a solid grab around that bag. Looks composed here on this final trip. Well done.
Then Spiegel getting to the bag second, and here was Emily White. This was looking like it'd be a good race, but then watch Emily White trip right off the bat. That opened the door for Spiegel to take second in the heat, but again, 7th place right now in the test. She comes in 11 points back. 1 heat remains for the women here at the North America West semifinal. We are ready for the final heat of the final test for the women here at the North America West semifinal at the Pasadena Convention Center in Pasadena, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with 9-time CrossFit Games athlete Stacey Tovar, and Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. We'll hear from her in just 1 second. Overall standings once again coming in. Top 10 women advancing to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Chloe Wilson hanging on to that 10th and final spot with 360 points. We just saw Bailey Rail add possibly 100 points to her total. She has the top time. And Danny Spiegel, 7th in the test right now. If that holds, that would be worth 82 points for her. She and Rail really the only two on the screen now who still have a chance. Test number 7. If you want to win, you cannot break this thing up.
You got to go 3 rounds per time. 10 calories on the Echo Bike, hard calories too. 20 toes to bar, 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry, 150 pounds in that sandbag.
What is the recipe for success? Have you changed anything now after watching all these heats?
Well, I have, because you know what? They've been hanging on to the toes to bar for unbroken reps in round 1 and 2, and it comes down to towing the line, but hanging on for life in round 3. And you can't flirt around with dropping that sandbag. You got to pick it up and carry it forward.
Let's go down to the competition floor. That's where Nikki Brazier is.
Guys, these sandbags are another great example of how the athletes should have been paying attention to CrossFit Games programming of years past. We've never seen this weight of a sandbag at a standardized semifinal or regional event, but we did see them back at the CrossFit Games in 2021. And of course, this is the same weight as the Husafell sandbag carry that we saw at the Capital event in 2022.
Well, here are your lane assignments for the 7th and final heat. Chloe Wilson in lane 10 has that final ticket to the games, and she has been so close the past couple of years trying to hang on here. And Emily Rolfe right now sits in 8th place overall. She's only 5 points up on Chloe Wilson. And that's Abigail Domet, who is in 9th place. She's only 1 point up on Chloe Wilson. So spots 8, 9, and 10. Rolfe, Domet, and Wilson still have some work to do thanks to what Bailey Rail did in that prior heat. We're underway with those first 10 calories. There is Catherine Davidsdottir. She and Ariel Lowen have already clinched a spot to the games. Davidsdottir will be making her 10th trip.
Alex Gazan
and she's
has
off first,
to do.
along with Gazan and Shadburn. Also down in lane 1, Abigail Domet was off early as well.
Now those girls in 8, 9, and 10, they know what they needed to do to solidify their spot in the top 10 to make it to the CrossFit Games.
Rolfe and Wilson right side of your screen. Domet and Kelly Baker on the left. With his hand in the air for Emily Rolfe, and it's going to be Bethany Shadburn off first. Here comes Davidsdottir and Rolfe. Now Kerstetter and Chloe Wilson are off, Gazan as well, and it's Bethany Shadburn who's going to be the first to deposit her bag over that line, followed by Davidsdottir, Rolfe, Wilson, and Kerstetter. As we start round number 2. We are minutes away from qualifying athletes to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. NOBULL will have athlete jerseys for each of the qualifying athletes available for pre-order tonight. So go order yours now and support your favorite athlete. 4 minutes, 26.14 seconds is the time to beat. There's Ariel Lowen. She has already clinched a spot. Emily Rolfe on the right side trying to hang on to one, as is Abigail Domet on the left.
Hands in the air for all of them.
Shadburn off first, Davidsdottir and Rolfe right behind her, along with Chloe Wilson and Alex Gazan. Ariel Lowen starting, as is Olivia Kerstetter in the gray towards the top, gray shirt, dark shorts. And Christine Kohlenbrander in the yellow top.
Again, we're looking at hanging on for as long as possible. The second round.
Well, this is what each athlete needs to do in order to ensure herself a spot at the games. But that was coming into this test. Things have shifted a little bit because of what's already happened.
Rolfe.
It's Emily Rolfe now slightly ahead of Bethany Shadburn.
I can feel her sense of urgency, Rolfe, there in lane 9. She is smooth with her transition. She looks focused. She hops right on that bike. She gets to pushing and pulling almost immediately. She's got her head on a swivel, man. She's just looking at the monitor, paying attention to what's going on around her.
Abigail Domet and Chloe Wilson are towards the back of this heat right now. Emily Rolfe almost done with her final 10 calories here in the third and final round.
She has no time to chalk up. She has yet to chalk up. She needs to just get off the bike and get right to work.
Rolfe is done. Shadburn is done.
And she does. Notice her technique. She literally just drops her feet, gets her toes right behind the bar where they need to be, and snaps right back up.
Alex Gazan and Catherine Davidsdottir are on the pull-up bar, as is Olivia Kerstetter, and now Ariel Lowen moving, and here comes Chloe Wilson. 10th place overall is Wilson, the final spot that would move on to the CrossFit Games.
Emily Rolfe has 5 left, now 3. She has got to hang on here. You can tell she's grunting through it.
4:26.14 is her top time. Bethany Shadburn is off first.
No,
I'm sorry, Emily Rolfe
shenanigans.
was off first, and Emily Rolfe can keep walking to Madison, Wisconsin. She's going to the CrossFit Games. Bethany Shadburn is done. Here comes Alex Gazan, who's looking to win the whole thing here.
Chloe Wilson, meanwhile, back there got a no rep.
Catherine Davidsdottir is going to come across, followed by Kohlenbrander, Kerstetter, and Ariel Lowen. And Chloe Wilson has 1 rep remaining. Abigail Domet is coming in.
Hanging on for dear life.
And look out, because Olivia Kerstetter, who just got across, is 14th in the test. Domit is 15th. Chloe Wilson has got to hurry. She is in. Wilson is going to finish.
Callie Baker.
9th in the heat as Baker is in, and now we sort out the times. Wilson, 4:56.16. That's going to be 24th.
Baker gave it all she got, man. She literally stumbled across, rolled across that finish line.
Well, Emily Rolfe, 4:15.28 seconds, guarantees herself a spot at the games, but now the question is, did Chloe Wilson do enough to hold off Bailey Rail?
Emily was off the bars quick here. No hesitation picking up the sandbag. On that bike quickly. First one off, transitions well, no chalk on the bar. I believe she went unbroken all 3 rounds. And she felt that urgency by Bethany Shadburn, but man, she ripped that thing right up to the chest, and a solid, well-executed finish there.
And Bethany Shadburn coming across. Catherine David's daughter is in as well. She may have put herself on top of the overall standings, but here are the test results. Bailey Rail is going to finish 4th. That's going to be good for 91 points. So we'll have to see if that is going to be enough. Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier on the competition floor.
While we wait for all of the final standings here, Emily, I do want to ask you about that final test. You had Bethany kind of down the field of play, totally breathing down your neck. What did you have to do to stay ahead?
You know, I was just running my own race. I knew I pretty much had to win to be inside the top 10, and I do well under pressure, so leaving it till the end.
Yeah, when it comes down to the last day of competition like that, when you have a mindset, oh man, I gotta win or else this isn't gonna happen for me, how do you ensure that your body really follows through with the plan that your mind set?
No choice. Your back's up against a wall, and I'm lucky that I can thrive off that, and sorry to the people I stressed out, but it's how it works out.
Look back on the weekend a little bit for me. What were your favorite moments?
I think this event was by far the most fun. Yeah, just getting caught up in a race is always super fun, and coming out on top is like, yeah, it's what we train for.
Absolutely. Congratulations. We'll wait to see the final standings here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So here are your overall results as Emily Rolfe picks up the win. Bethany Shadburn's going to finish 2nd. Alex Gazan with that 3rd place finish came in having to make up 11 points on Ariel Lowen for 1st place overall, and she may have done it. Lowen takes 11. And Danny Spiegel takes 13th as she looks to move her way into the top 9, but a lot needs to be figured out here. We're going to take a break. When we return, we will announce the 10 women who are heading to Madison, Wisconsin to compete in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
have to be fit to start CrossFit.
Oh, that's so not true.
I couldn't do one push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time. And then you'll know that you can.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
We are set for the final official announcement here of the 10 women who will be heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. And once again, it is going to be very tight for those final spots. Send it down to Josh Gallegos on the floor for the announcement.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient. It is time to announce our podium spots and qualifiers for the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Starting with our podium finishers. In third with 525 points, Ariel Owen. In second place with 527 points, Katrin Davidsdottir. And in first place with 538 points, Alex Gazan. And now your 7 qualifying spots. In fourth place with 507 points, Christine Collenbrander. In fifth place with 504 points, Bethany Shadburn. In sixth place with 465 points, Emily Rowe. In seventh place with 457 points, Olivia Kerstetter. In eighth place with 421 points, Abigail Doman. And now for our final 2 spots. In ninth place, going into this event in 15th place with 415 points, Bailey Ray. And for our final spot, the 10th and qualifying spot, with 415 points, Kelly Baker. These are your qualifying spots. In 10th, Kelly Baker. 9th, Bailey Rail. 8th, Abigail Dillman. 7, Olivia Kerstetter. 6, Emily Rolfe. 5, Bethany Shadburn. 4th, Christine Collenbrander. 3rd, Ariel Lowen. 2nd, Katrin Davidsdottir. And 1st, Alex Gazan.
Danny Spiegel misses out by 2 points. She finished 11th with 413. Chloe Wilson, again, just missing by a couple of spots. She will take 12th with 402 points.
Again for Chloe. My heart breaks
I keep
for
saying
both
it
of those girls.
you're so happy for some athletes, and you see the reactions, and then you see the heartbreak as well. Let's go down to Nikki Brazier.
Big congratulations to you both, ladies, and to everyone who has qualified. Alex, let me start with you. How much of this weekend was about qualifying, and how much of it was about gunning for this top spot?
Oh man, Justin at one point was like, let's win semifinals, and I was like, oh my God, like no, that's too much. But as the workouts came out and we started testing them, like the belief started creeping in, and day 2, I was like, okay, and then last night was kind of I got really upset because it was almost there, and then came back hungry, and here we are.
To ride that confidence to the end. And Kelly, let me ask you, you looked shocked when your name was called. What was going through your mind?
Oh God, I think I made it too interesting. I'll probably be turned into a meme or something after that, but no, I'm just really grateful.
It's all right. This is a very meaningful moment for you. You've been through a couple really tough seasons. Finally stepping out onto the floor in Madison, what will that be for you?
Yeah, it's my first time as an individual, and it's been the goal since 2016. So yeah, I'm just, there's so many amazing people that have supported me, so I'm happy I did it for them.
That's right. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations to everyone who qualified. We'll see you guys in Madison.
Kelly Baker and Alex Gazan both heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Here are your final standings. 538 points puts Alex Gazan atop the overall leaderboard. And props to you, Stacy Tovar, because on Thursday you said she was going to win, and she did.
I called it.
Kelly Baker with 415 gets herself in. So the women are done. 10 of them heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. The men are coming up next, and we will send 9 more individuals to Madison. So stay with us, everybody, as we close things out here on day number 4, the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena, California.
for the fellas to blow the roof off of the Pasadena Convention Center. This is heat number 1 of our elite men. Here we go, our first athlete on to the rig. That is Alessandro Zanet. Alessandro in lane number 8, shipping away, as is Adam Dykes. Zanet over to the bag, but it is lane number 4. Taylor Sturgis getting across that line first. Already into round 2 territory. Our athletes trying to get through this last and final test as they look to climb up that leaderboard and end their weekend with a bang. Two more calories to go for some of our athletes, but it is lane number 4, Sturgis, up onto the rig.
You're 1 and 2 in that middle round right now. Here comes lane number 3, Stephen Jones.
Athletes looking strong here at the North America West semifinal. This is round number 2, heat number 1, test 7. Judges hand in the air for Sturgis. Sturgis with 1 more rep to go. And Sturgis making his way back to that sandbag.
It is 1 Sturgis, 2 is Jones. And then we got a few of the other fellas. Lane number 7 rounding out that top 3, Pesco Solido. But lane number 3, Stephen Jones, taking the lead. And just like that, they are in their final round, Joshy G.
Round number 3 on deck for these athletes. A 6-minute cap, a 200-pound bag. These athletes are not going to need this time cap. They are going to sprint hard to the finish. They've easily manhandled that sandbag all heat long. Will they do the same here? Judges hand in the air for some of our athletes. Lanes 2 and 3, back to the rig first.
All right, we got these final rounds of toes to bar happening here, ladies and gentlemen. This is it for our heat number 1 athletes. A matter of toes to bar and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry, 200 pounds, and then a finish for their semifinal weekend.
There he is, lane number 2, Adam Dykes, all alone on the competition floor as he makes his way into the end zone. Make some noise for Adam Dykes. Alessandro Zanet getting into that end zone. His weekend is done, as is lane number 5, Jolini.
Stephen Jones is done. 45 seconds. Harley Pescosolido is done. "30 seconds. Lane number 6, Stephen O'Brien. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Coming into their final 10 seconds. Three, two, one, time.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the athletes of heat number 1.
"30 seconds. Seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, Kiki, heat 2 of 6. Heat 2 of 6 as our athletes making moves on this final test of the day, test number 7.
They're working on 3 rounds for time, 15 calories on that bike, 20 toe to bar, 60-foot sandbag carry after that, 200 pounds is what they're lugging around, but first they got to get through these 20 toe to bar.
Our athletes moving quick through this first round. Not a lot of time to pace it, if you will. You got to put the pedal to the metal if you want to finish test number 7, first overall. Judges hand in the air for a couple of our athletes, including Charles Cackert off of the rig at the same time.
Jason Zobat was the first to the bag. He's trying to get first to the line in lane number 4, but he is chased closely by Anthony Yim. It is 1 Zobat, 2 Yim. And then rounding out your top 3 in lane number 8, Arturo Torres. We are 1 minute and 30 seconds in as they look to begin their second round of 3.
We are approaching the 2-minute mark, a 6-minute cap. Our athletes flying through this second round. In that third round.
Lane number 4 back at it again. This time it looks like he's separated himself a little bit more from the rest of the athletes. In lane number 4, Jason Zobat, and then Torres and lane number 10, Yim, battling it out for a second. Also, we have lane number 6, Logan Ewing. Two minutes and 30 seconds in, and all the players are on these toe to bars, but it's our guy in lane number 4, Jason Zobat.
Zobat ready to go to work as he has that sandbag. Here comes lane number 8, Arturo Torres and Anthony Yim taking down round number 2.
Some of our athletes now digging into that last and final round, lane number 4. Emptying the tank on that bike. Three minutes and 30 seconds in. Round number 3 is well underway as we see our leader, Jason Zobat out of CrossFit Omnia, back onto the toe to bar. Here comes Anthony Yim, that same 1 and 2, Zobat and Yim. And then here comes lane number 8, Arturo Torres. Right behind him in lane number 6, we've got Logan Ewing. But lane number 4 has 3 toe to bar remaining. Jason Zobat of CrossFit Omnia. For the last and final time, guys, 200 pounds coming across that line. Make some noise for Jason Zobat.
Next up is Logan Ewing. Logan with that big bear hug as he's holding that sandbag, getting across that finish line. Make some noise for Logan Ewing.
1 minute. Athletes, you have less than 1 minute.
It's a race to the finish. Lane number 7, getting it done.
40.
Parker Foster before Anthony Yim.
McClune closes it out in lane 1.
Lane 8 across that finish line, Arturo Torres.
30 seconds.
Flores finishing up as well. Here comes Evans.
Lane number 2, like you said, Eric Evans coming across the line with 15 seconds to go. Charles Cackert with the dive, less than 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Time.
I think he got it. Big round of applause to all the athletes. They are done for the weekend.
Stand by.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 3. Look at these athletes go as they chip away at test number 7. Judges' hands already in the air. Our first athlete off, and that is lane number 2, Andre Sturons. Who's gonna finish this one first, Miss Kiki D?
Josh, it has been quite the weekend, and now we are sprinting to the finish with these 3 rounds of the 15-calorie bike, 20 toes to bar, and 60-foot sandbag. Little bear hug right here. Lane number 9 gonna show us how it's done. Tony Lauders.
Lauders looking strong.
Lauders gets this first round. So does lane number 7, Adam McAdams out of CrossFit Fort Vancouver. He runs back to that bike.
Round 1 in the books. Here comes round number 2.
Those guys digging in. Hands up for a couple of our athletes. Lane number 2, Andrew Stearns, and lane number 7, Adam McAdams. We hit 2 minutes in. Here comes Stearns in lane number 1 out of Hammer CrossFit East. Also lane number 6, Raphael Sanson.
As we wait patiently to see which athlete hops off of the rig. First, judges hand in the air for lanes 6 and 7. And it's Sanson making his way over to the bag. Raphael Sanson with that bag, chasing down lane number 7, Adam McAdams. Raphael Sanson dumping the bag, as is McAdams. It's a battle between Sanson and McAdams.
Our athletes coming in for the last and final time, 3 minutes in. Less than 3 minutes to go as they begin round number 3.
Raphael Sanson and McAdams. Adam McAdams trying to finish heat number 3, test 7 first. Judges hands in the air for both athletes.
Lane number 6, Raphael Sanson out of Richard Russell CrossFit Monterey Bay. First to that bar. He's got company in lane number 2, Stearns, and lane number 7, Adam McAdams.
Sanson in first, McAdams in second. McAdams down. There goes Matt Poulin. Will Poulin finish it up? Sanson right back to work. Judges hand in the air for Sanson. Raphael Sanson, lane number 6, looking for a heat win, and he will do it. Raphael Sanson.
Here comes lane number 2, Andre Stearns.
Right behind him, lane number 7, Adam McAdams.
Lane number 4, Jeremiah Bailey.
Lauders dumping the bag.
Lane number 5, Matt Poulin of CrossFit Complete. Less than a minute remains.
Waters crossing the finish line as we are down to our final athlete.
Lane number 8, needing 5 more toe to bars.
Clay with just a few more reps to go. 30 seconds remaining. Clay racing into the end zone, and Clay Ferris getting it done.
Big round of applause for Heat 3. They are done with their semifinals.
Final day of competition coming to a close here as the men will finish things up on Sunday at the North America West semifinal. We are in heat number 4 of 6 in test number 7. I am Sean Woodland alongside Tommy Marquez. Mickey Brazier is reporting down on the competition floor. Top 9 men advancing from this semifinal to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. And right now, Captain Comeback himself, Cole Sager, sits in 9th place by 13 points over Luis Oscamora. Test number 7, Tommy, let's go to Plaid.
Go to Plaid on those 15 calories on the Echo bike, but you have 20 toes to bar and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. It's 200 pounds on that sandbag. That's no joke, but 3 rounds total.
What is the recipe for success here?
Well, toe the line, we mentioned this in the women's coverage, but that 3rd round of toes to bar is going to be huge in how close you can toe the line and not break. And then no sandbag shenanigans. We've seen some athletes fall, trip. That's going to cost you big time.
Here are the 10 men who will be on the floor for this 4th of 6 heats. Lane number 5 is Anthony Davis. He is in 21st place overall with 268 points.
Yeah, Anthony has hit some home runs. He's going to be able to match the bike and the sandbag, but his event's going to come down to how well he can hold on for those toes to bar.
We are underway with heat number 4. Time to beat belongs to Rafael Sanson. 4 minutes, 29.56 seconds. He did that in heat number 3. 15 calories on the bike to open up here. Lane number 6, that's Traven Benton. 16 seconds cranked through those calories. Now Anthony Davis is off.
Sir, I think Mr. Tim Paulson would like to have a word with you.
First set of 20 toes to bar, then it's the 200-pound sandbag carry. 60 feet down the floor. And Benton is done. And he is way out in front. Now in lane 3, Isaiah Vidal has picked up the bag. Here comes Anthony Davis. And in lane 4, CJ Gerald, as Benton makes the return trip.
And here comes the heat check for some of these athletes. Yeah, you can come out hot on that first bike, going broken on that first set of toes to bar, but what starts to happen when the high heart rate and that anaerobic just threshold starts to catch up with you.
Traven Benton and Anthony Davis, your top 2 on the screen right now. And Benton backing off the throttle a little bit here in round 2. Into his final 5 calories. And Anthony Davis is catching up here. Benton once again the first man off the bike in round 2. Anthony Davis is right behind him. And in lane 3, Isaiah Vidal.
Nice big kip swing from Benton. Really strong backswing. Gets that beautiful arch hollow position. Utilizing the power through his hips to make sure he can stay on for this big set.
CJ Gerald in the blue shirt, now on his second set of 20. And lanes 8, 9, and 10, Justin Dewing, Drake Lewis, and Brian Wynn.
And Benton just got a no rep, but no problem. 21 unbroken, all the same.
He's going to watch out because Isaiah Vidal is going to pick up the bag at exactly the same time. And Vidal bobbled it. And now Benton is off first. Here comes Vidal, and it's going to be Anthony Davis in 3rd, CJ Gerald in 4th.
What we saw last week, Dallin Pepper in the final men's, he kind of played coy through the first round, let some people go out in front. And actually, instead of going out hard, accelerated as the 2 rounds went on and was able to reel everyone in.
3rd and final round. Traven Benton on the right is your leader, followed by Anthony Davis and Isaiah Vidal, who's down in lane 3. And CJ Gerald in 4th place coming into this 3rd and final round. 4:29.56. That's the top time that we have seen. Belongs to Rafael Sanson, who did that in heat 3.
That's called the Echo Bike prayer position right there, with your head ducked down. You're not even looking at the screen. You're just hoping the calories go by.
Traven Benton is done, and Davis is on, I believe, his final calories. The 2 of them will get to the pull-up bar just behind Isaiah Vidal in the black. He is your new leader here in round 3. Tudor Magda is on to the toes bar as well, so Magda's starting to push a little bit towards the front, along with CJ Gerald.
And this is where it all comes down to. Your pacing, yeah, it could have been great in the first round, but if you have to come down like we just saw Benton drop, and you can't hold on for the full set, then it's almost all for naught, because Vidal, unbroken every single time, saved a little on the bike.
Isaiah Vidal now way out in front, and he's looking to bring home the heat and possibly the top time. He is across, Vidal is in, and he will set the new mark by 5 seconds. Here comes CJ Gerald, followed by Anthony Davis. So Gerald is going to take 2nd. Davis will be 3rd. Tudor Magda getting in 4th, and now Traven Benton is across. There's Matt Brady finishing up.
That's another strong finish from Vidal. Had a rough start to the weekend overall. First 3 finishes all lower than 36, but then he rebounds 10th, 13th, and this could be a a strong way to end the weekend.
Justin Dewing and Drake Lewis have finished. Brian Wynn. And here comes Jacob Marlowe. So every man having no trouble getting inside that 6-minute time cap. But Isaiah Vidal is your new event leader, 4:24.75 seconds. Trayvon Benton is your leader heading into round number 3, but then Vidal took over.
We saw a handful of athletes really pour in this first set of 15 calories. Trayvon Benton was the first off the toes to bar despite getting a no rep. And as we got onto the later rounds, both Anthony Davis and Isaiah Vidal were able to reel him in a little bit, getting to the bar at the same time. But the effort from Benton early on proves costly because he couldn't hold on. And Vidal able to go unbroken on all 3 sets of 20 toes to bar. And, you know, for an athlete that's had his 2 best finishes in the last 2 events, he's picked up a ton of steam. And ending with a heat win and potentially another top finish, a great way for Isaiah Vidal to put a bookend on his weekend.
2 heats remain here in Test 7 for the men. Two heats remain here in the 7th and final test for the men here at the North America West Semifinal in Pasadena, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Nikki Brazier's down on the competition floor. Your overall standings after 6 tests. Top 9 men moving on to the CrossFit Games. Pat Vellner and Brent Fikowski just separated by 1 point for the overall victory. And it's Cole Sager hanging on to the 9th and final spot. Mitchell Stevenson and Jack Rozema are the closest men here in this upcoming heat to the cut line. We'll keep an eye on them throughout this test.
We got 3 rounds, 15 cals on the Echo Bike, a big chunk of toes to bar 20, and then a 200-pound sandbag carry for 60 feet at a time. This one is going to be fast.
Here are the 10 men. Before we get to the rest, before we get that, here's the recipe for success. Let's repeat this.
Yeah, toe the line. You're going to have to hold on as long as you can on the toes hard, but don't want to hit the NOS too soon, Junior. Don't be Jesse from Fast and the Furious. And no sandbag shenanigans. We've seen some athletes bobble, stumble. Those precious seconds are important.
Now, here are the 10 men who will be on the floor for this 5th of 6 heats. And we mentioned that Jack Rozema and Mitchell Stevenson, the 2 men closest at the cut line in this heat. They will be right next to each other in lanes 5 and 6. Stevenson right now is 21 points back of Cole Sager, and Jack Rozema is 26 points back.
And both of these athletes were in a qualifying position in 8th and 9th as the gatekeepers coming into today. Both of them had finishes outside of the top 20 on test number 6 and saw their spots drop. 20-plus point deficits for both of them. But you know what? Cole Sager made up that deficit in the last round, and we saw Bailey Rail make up 30 points for the women, so anything's possible.
Scott Tetlow is also still alive. He's in 13th place overall with 329 points, so he's got to swing for the fences here.
And he's already hit a home run this weekend. You know, he got the win in test number 2, but he's going to need to replicate some of that magic here.
John Wood, the first man to the bar, and in lane 5, Mitchell Stevenson is there as well. Here's Jack Rosema on the right. So every man has now begun his first set, I should say, of 20 toes to bar. 424.75, saw that in the last heat. That's your time to beat.
Nice long, smooth kip swings for the toes to bar here. Not a ton of knee tucking, really utilizing the full momentum of that kip, trying to save a little bit of energy for these later rounds.
John Wood is off first. Here comes Mitchell Stevenson. And down in lane 1, Justin Rhodes. Tetlow working on picking up the bag. Rosema's there in the middle of your screen. It's going to be Wood, Rhodes, and Stevenson at the same time, followed by Rosema.
And Wood was an athlete hanging around in a qualifying spot most of the weekend. Just started to slip towards the back half of the comp, but he loves this Echo bike. I watched him do one of the worst finales I've ever seen down in Brazil in 2019, and I saw him sell his soul 6 times in a row in different intervals on the bike. He can make this thing hum.
One more look at the cut line. Cole Sager currently occupying that 9th and final spot, looking for his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games. Stevenson and Rosema trying to put some pressure on him, as will Luis Oscar Mora in the 6th and final heat. John Wood off first again. Next to him in lane 8, Maximilian Krieg. Rosema and Stevenson along with Justin Rhodes on the far left side of your screen. John Wood, 14th place overall, 320 points, so he's certainly not out of this either. He's got to make up 44 points. Not impossible, but he's going to need some help, and Wood is off first. And now here comes Krieg and Rosema. Mitchell Stevenson in 4th, along with Justin Rhodes. Bottom right-hand part of your screen, John Wood making the return trip, Krieg right behind him, followed by Rosema, and now Stevenson starting to gain a little ground on Jack.
And John Wood was really close there towards the end of that sandbag carry. He's starting to toy a little bit with the red line. We saw Isaiah Vidal in that last heat from the 2nd place position, reel everyone in on that final round.
424.75 seconds, that's the time to beat. John Wood cranking away on the Echo bike. Look at the pace Rosema's going at here.
Max Krieg emptying it out too.
3 calories remain for John Wood. 5 left for Rosema and 5 left for Krieg. Wood is off.
And the last round of toes to bar, Wood had to take a little extra kip where he adjusted his hand placement on the bar. Usually that's a sign that your grip's starting to fail a little.
Rosema now in 2nd place behind Wood. Krieg in 3rd. Stevenson and Will Bennett now behind the 2 of them. Justin Rhodes is off. He's on his final set of toes to bar.
Look at Rosema on the red shorts, starting to drive the knee up, get the little heel flick at the top.
And he's going to break with 5 remaining. John Wood continues to work. Saw a break from Max Krieg as well. Wood is done. And he has the bag, and he has the top time in his sights. He's got to make up 44 points. And John Wood is going to set the top score and keep himself very much in contention here. 4 minutes, 12.53 seconds. Here comes Mitchell Stevenson and Justin Rhodes right behind him. Now Rosema has the bag up. Stevenson's in. Rhodes is finished. And now Rosema is across. Lane 3 is Chris Ibarra. Lane 2, Phil Muscarella is in. Daniel Coots and Will Bennett. Scott Tetlow is the only man left on the floor. Now, Will Bennett's time right now would put him 19th in the test. Tetlow lugging that bag towards the finish. He's got to get it over the red line. He does, and then heaves himself across the finish to close things out here.
Great effort from Tetlow.
And heat 5, but John Wood has kept himself very much alive here as he now has the top time, 4:12.53 seconds. And we saw this from Bailey Rail for the women. She had the top time going into the final heat and wound up putting herself in a qualifying spot.
All you can control is the effort in your heat, and John Wood was laying it all out from the outset. First athlete off the bike in round number 1. No problem going unbroken, but the big question this entire test is, can you hold on for all 3 rounds? He was playing with that red line the entire way. Thought we might get a push from Jack Rosa and Max Krieg, a bunch of guys that were starting to close in on him, but as the test wore on, he was the only athlete able to hold on for all 20. For an athlete that dropped outside of the top 10 for the first time this weekend after a tough test number 6, John Wood puts up a time that would have finished 6th at the East last week, so at the very least, he's got a strong finish to his weekend.
1 heat remains here for the men. We'll have it for you next. Only 1 heat remains in the North America West semifinal, and it will determine who will represent the men of the North America West competitive region at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Nikki Brazier's down on the competition floor. The standings after 6 events. Top 9 men advance. Pat Vellner and Brent Fikowski are going to battle it out here for the overall victory. Cole Sager is going to try to make his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games, and Luis Oscar Mora is going to try to spoil that party. John Wood kept himself alive. He has the top time right now, heading into the 6th and final heat. Test number 7. If you want to win, if you want to have a chance, you cannot break.
You cannot break, and you also have to push the pace too. Through that 15 cal Echo Bike, we saw people empty it from the get-go, stand broken on the 20 toes to bar, and we have a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry when your heart rate's through the roof and you're just dying.
What is the recipe for success?
Well, like I said, just toe the line. You're gonna have to get as close to that red line as possible while still staying unbroken on those toes to bar. And of course, no sandbag shenanigans. A fumble, a drop with a fast test like this could be the difference maker.
Let's bring in Nikki Brazier, who's on the floor.
Guys, we talked about it on the women's side, and the same is happening here on the men's side as well. This is the first time that we've seen this weight on the sandbag at this stage of competition in a standardized semifinal or regional. We have seen this weight in the sandbags at the CrossFit Games back in 2021. And of course, this is the same weight as the Husafeld sandbag carry was in the iconic Capital event back in 2022 as well.
Thank you, Nikki. 10 men on the floor. 9 of them right now occupy qualifying spots. Luis Oscar Mora in lane 10 is the man who does not. He comes in 13 points back of Cole Sager. He is on the right side of your screen. Colton Mertens is in 8th place overall with 385 points. He's got to finish 12th or better to guarantee him a spot at the games. Vellner, Fikowski, and Quant, they've all clinched. And Cole Sager, if he finishes 5th or better, doesn't matter what anyone else does. He's going back to the games for the 10th straight time. Here we go.
It looks like Cole Sager's smiling.
Well, he and Mora are on opposite ends of the floor. That's the race to watch here for the 9th spot. Now, Mora not only has to beat Sager, he's got to get some people between the two of them in order to make up that 13-point deficit. And Cole Sager is off first, followed by Brent Fikowski, Pat Vellner, Cole Griesaber, Sam Quant, Justin Medeiros, Mertens, and now Mora getting to the bar. Lane 3, Nick Matthews going to be the last man to the first set of toes to bar.
What makes trying to make up a deficit here such tough sledding is, yeah, you got to try and win, but look who you have to win against. Vellner, Fikowski, Medeiros, Quant, guys that have podium finishes at the CrossFit Games. They're not going to make it easy.
Sager's off first. Here comes Vellner and Fikowski. That's the battle for the overall win. Medeiros working on the sandbag. Vellner out front of Fikowski here to close out round 1. Sager going back to start round 2. Mora just now picking up the bag.
And this is classic Cole Sager. Back against the wall, final event, all-out sprint. He has made a career off of these moments.
Mertens and Mora now just getting back to the bike. Now, John Wood is the guy who's watching this really closely.
And not that it's a dead set indicator, but Scott Tetlow and Colton Mertens have had very similar weekends, and Tetlow really struggled to the back half of this test. We're gonna have to see something Herculean from Colton.
Well, Vellner has now taken the lead from Sager. Here comes Quant and Fikowski. Now Sager onto the toes to bar as well. So things starting to thin out a little bit here in round 2. Cole Sager with 364 points, trying to hold off Luis Oscar Mora, who just got to the toes to bar here in round 2. Mitchell Stevenson still has a shot, as does John Wood.
And the nice part for Colton is he is right next to the guy that is chasing him. You know, from a visual standpoint, to keep the guy that you know is gunning for your spot in your view the entire time.
Vellner's picking up the bag. Here comes Fikowski. Now here come Cole Sager and Sam Quant. Sager well ahead of Luis Oscar Mora right now. 4 minutes 12.53 seconds. That's the time to beat, as Pat Vellner is back on the bike, followed by Fikowski. Sam Quant starting to catch up to Sager. Sager for the 3rd and final time now to that bike. Justin Medeiros is just now closing out round 2.
He had about a 6-second lead on Luis Oscar Mora getting back to the bike, with Mertens about 2 seconds behind Mora. We haven't mentioned him much yet, but this is the first time we've seen Vellner versus Fikowski in a qualifying event in person. So this is an awesome head-to-head moment for the first time in their careers in live comp.
Vellner is off. He's on to the toes to bar. 20 reps remain for him. Fikowski has 2 calories left on his bike, and Sager is now done. He'll move into 2nd place. Here comes Sam Quant just ahead of Brent Fikowski.
Sam Quant starting to reel some people in. He's been mid-pack the entire time, but starting to make a move.
Mora now just moving to the toes to bar, and Mora's got to find a way to crank these out faster than Cole Sager in order to have a shot here of passing up Cole for that 9th spot.
And Luis Oscar Mora just got a no rep.
Vellner is off. He's got the bag. Sager just took a quick break. He gets back to work. Here comes Pat Vellner, looking to put himself on top of the podium here and lock up the win. Pat Vellner will take the test and takes the whole shooting match. Now here comes Cole Sager. Do not call it a comeback. Call it 10 straight for Cole Sager. Sam Quant is in. Here comes Medeiros. Cole Griesaber is in. Luis Oscar Mora is through. And here comes Brent Fikowski.
And for Colton Mertens, Luis Oscar Mora got multiple no reps on that final set of toes to bar. He also left early and had to get called back to the rig. During that time, Colton Mertens pulled ahead of Luis Oscar Mora, and that could be the difference maker.
Nick Matthew is across. And with that, the North America West semifinal is done, and the streak will continue for Cole Sager. Colton Mertens, what an effort for him. He's going to take 6th place in the heat. That's good enough for 10th in the test. Mora will take 7th in the heat. He'll finish 12th. And John Wood's time will be the 2nd best one. So Wood will get 97 points. We know that Pat Vellner racks up another win here, and he will be the champion of the North America West semifinal.
And from the outset, Cole Sager trying to leave nothing to doubt. He was the first athlete off of the bike in round 1. First actually through the first sandbag as well. But as he started to get into that 2nd round, we saw Pat Vellner and a few other athletes start to reel him in. Pat Vellner, one of the best with gymnastics, tremendous grip endurance. Able to close, and Cole Sager able to hold on to a top finish despite the fact that Pat Vellner reeled him in. And for Cole Sager, I mean, back against the wall, another clutch performance, and this time maybe the sweetest for him, making it 10 straight.
Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier with your champion.
Unbelievable job, Pat. We are going to wait for the final numbers before we talk about the big picture here, but just take me through this last test. I can see that you're still reeling a little bit. How was it for you?
Sorry.
That's good.
Yeah, my legs are tired.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, 1-point lead going in. It was winner take all. So we had to go for it, Brent and I both. So that's exciting. I didn't want to be in that position, but some mistakes this morning, and you know, here we are. My legs are dead, but I hope you guys had fun watching.
That's something that certainly can change things. How does the energy of the crowd affect you throughout a competition like this?
I'm not gonna lie, that's a quick workout where the time goes quick. You don't have much time to think, but when you get on that bag first, or you come off that bike first, and you hear the cheers, it energizes you a ton. So refocuses you. For sure in that last carry, that last round, I used it a lot.
For sure. Well, congratulations. We'll wait for the final numbers here. Thanks so much, Pat.
Thank you.
Your results for test 7, John Wood will pick up 97 points, but does not look like it's going to be enough. But we shall see as the final calculations are made here. We do know Pat Vellner is going to stand atop the podium. Cole Sager takes 3rd. He came in the day having to make up a 21-point deficit. Kathy Comeback pulls it off yet again. We're going to step away. When we return, we'll have the announcement of the 9 men heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America West Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. And Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it. Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she going to do it and what's that going to look like? I don't think it's going to look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0. Oh no. And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's now.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone.
Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Rum Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath.
He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it. Fittest on Earth Retroactive, the story of the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games, is now available for pre-order on iTunes and Vimeo. The international release of this year's film will begin on June 30th, with expanded language options rolling out July 4th and August 14th. Welcome to our post-game show presented by GoWatt as we await the official announcement of the 9 men who will be moving from Pasadena to Madison, Wisconsin, to compete in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. And Cole Sager looking to be one of them as he is on the precipice of his 10th straight appearance.
It's crazy to think that 2014, this batch of wide-eyed rookies showed up to the CrossFit Games, and if you told, I think, a lot of them that a decade later they'd still be doing it and doing it at a high level, they probably would have laughed at you. But here we are, not 1, not 2, but potentially 3. And Noah doing it last week, and Cole, two Spirit of the Games winners. It's just, I mean, you can't write storylines like that.
We are ready to make the announcement. So for the 9 men who are heading to the CrossFit Games, let's go to floor announcer Kiki Dixon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a weekend. I know we've been waiting for it, so I'll get right to it. The athletes that are headed to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. We will start with our podium finishers first. In 3rd place with 564 points, Samuel Quant. In 2nd place with 569 points, Fikowski. Your top spot with 612 points. Give it up for Patrick Vellner. In fourth place with 528 points, Cole Grieshaber. In fifth place with 519 points, Justin Medeiros. In sixth place with 490 points, Chandler Smith. In seventh place with 472 points, Nick Matthew. Eighth and ninth tied with 458 points. Eighth place is going to go to Colton Mertens. Taking the ninth and final spot to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, Cole Sager! A round of applause for Cole Sager, Colton Mertens, Nick Matthew, Chandler Smith, Justin Medeiros, Cole Grieshaber, Samuel Quant, Brent Fikowski, and Patrick Vellner.
An emotional Cole Sager, a stoic Colton Mertens, and a very happy Pat Vellner. Brent Fikowski heading back to the games.
There's so much to chew on here. I mean, between Chandler Smith making it back after the year he had, Patrick Vellner back on top. I think a lot of people are thinking, oh man, we lost a contender with Ricky Garrard, unfortunately getting hurt. But hey, you know what? Pat's saying, I'm still here.
Let's go down to Nikki Brazier with the man who's making his 10th trip to the CrossFit Games, Cole Sager.
Cole, 10 trips to the CrossFit Games. It's a historic number. What does it mean to you to head back to Madison again?
Man, I pour so much of my heart into this. I love this community. I'm so thankful. My heart's just full of gratitude. Gratitude for this community, for the opportunities I've been given. And it's full of grace to get to continue to do this again. I'm not crying, you're crying, okay?
We're all gonna cry down here. When we spoke before the competition even started, you said that it doesn't matter how many times you come out here, it's still exciting, you still get that fire in your belly. Was it the same on this final day of competition?
Absolutely. This weekend felt like the first one for me. Like it just, every year is new and it brings a new meaning to it. Life circumstances, life challenges, like it really puts into perspective the special moment that this is, and I love it and I'm very grateful for it. It's been a blessing to have.
So what now? How do you prepare between now and games?
We just keep doing what we've been doing for 10 years. Yeah, right? We just go back, celebrate a little bit, and then just get back to work.
You've done it once or twice, you know what to do. Congratulations, Cole.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Love all of you. Thank you.
So far, we're 2 for 2. Noah Olsen last week, Cole Sager this week. So Bjorven Carl Gudmundsson, it's up to you to make it a clean sweep. BKG going for his 10th straight trip next week at the Europe semifinal in Berlin. Let's take a look at the final standings, as the top 9 men going in are the top 9 men after 7 tests. Pat Vellner with 612 points is your overall winner. The only man to crest the 600-point mark. Brent Fikowski finishes second. So the Canadians occupying the top 2 spots on the podium. Cole Sager, 458 points. Earns his 10th trip to the CrossFit Games. Let's take a look back at our Rogue Don't Weaken moment of the day. And it was Kelly Baker finding out that she was heading to the CrossFit Games for the first time as an individual.
And considering that on that last test, the final sandbag carry, she dropped it and fell, had to pick herself back up just to get across the finish line. That level of effort was the difference maker in her getting to the games for the first time as an individual.
And the look of relief on Cole Sager, because we knew he was going. I think he knew he was going within the drama builds, and then you start to think, wait, am I really going? You can maximize your CrossFit performance with GoWatt's tailor-made mobility program. You can try it now with a 14-day free trial. Just scan the code on your screen now. The 10 teams, 10 women and 9 men heading from Pasadena to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin, as week 2 of semifinals comes to a close. For our entire crew here, thanks so much for watching, everybody. We will see you next week in Europe.